Davis. As always, Oral Hershiser will join in just a moment. So there is a game to be played tonight as the Dodgers and Giants play the series finale, but it almost feels secondary tonight, doesn't it, as we honor Vin Scully and his incredible 67-year career that began back in Brooklyn in 1950, continued here to Los Angeles in 1958. The only voice that Los Angeles has ever known is the greatest voice ever to do this job. And when you think about Vin, you think about the Dodgers, you connect them. When you think Vin, you think LA. He always has been the Dodgers. He always will be the Dodgers. So why don't we, like Vin says, pull up a chair, sit back, relax, and enjoy a night that's all about that man there.
Now, fans, please turn your attention to Dodger Vision
as we reflect on a few of the many contributions Vin has made to the Dodgers, Dodger fans, baseball, and all of sports.
There are 10 retired numbers on display here at Dodger Stadium. 9 of them are enshrined in baseball's Hall of Fame. Their impact on the franchise spans from 1940 through this very day. For 67 seasons, one man covered the careers of all of them, describing their heroics on the field and sharing their stories away from the field. Tonight, he will take his rightful place alongside them. We don't necessarily need a sign to remind us of him. For as long as the words, "It's time for Dodger baseball," are recited here, he will always be with us.
Sandy into his windup. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. A perfect game. Hodges scores. We go to Chicago. If you have a sombrero, throw it to the sky. High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Having Vin Scully call some of your games is pretty special. You know, I grew up listening to him call Dodgers games, and he's just a unique voice. He paints a picture like no other. It's a true honor to be able to play in front of him.
So let's see now what young Clayton Kershaw will do, and I'm sure he's really fighting the butterflies right now.
You know, I think you kind of take it for granted having him be the guy talking about you for your whole career, my whole career, and so for him to get to call that last year and get to go up in the booth with my family and get to say bye to him, it was a special year for all of us.
Just remember that last week. I think that was the best thing, to be able to find a way to win every one of those games that final week and be able to clinch at home. The way it ended with Colby hitting that walk-off, I mean, it just made it perfect for Vin to be able to call that.
Swung on a high fly ball to deep left field. The Dodger bench empties. Would you believe a home run? And the Dodgers have clinched the division and will celebrate on schedule.
To be a part of Vin's last call at home, I still get chills talking about it. Honestly, I'm not really sure as to why maybe I was that person. I just honestly think that it came down to Vin Scully. That was his day. He's a Dodger great, a Dodger legend, and to have my name, associated with Vin Scully is beyond what words can describe.
Last year was my first year as manager for the Dodgers, and to have Vin Scully call games in his last season and farewell tour was really special.
We love you, and this is for you, my friend.
To finish it out the way we did was something really special, and to have a day or a game to acknowledge and to pay tribute to Vin Scully is only fitting, and so for me, I'll be forever grateful.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome home the very model of elegance, stability, and continuity through 13 presidential administrations, a Presidential Medal of Honor Award winner, Hall of Famer, and for 67 years, the heart, soul, and conscience of the Dodgers. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest baseball announcer who ever lived, Vin Scully. Dodger Stadium. Number 2, Hall of Fame manager, Tommy Lasorda. Number 32, Sandy Koufax. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking on behalf of the entire Dodger organization, manager Dave Roberts.
Vin, it's great to have you here with us, now and forever, as you take your rightful place among the greatest Dodgers of all time. Sandy and Tommy, let's add Vin to the Ring of Honor.
Join me, that's great. Hi everybody, and a very pleasant good evening to you. This is a rather emotional moment for me, but I'm trying very hard to keep a stiff upper lip. Those are numbers to many. To me, they are friends of mine throughout my baseball life. From Pee Wee Reese, number 1, to Don Drysdale, number 53. And in between, dear pals. I can remember sitting at the feet of number 39, Roy Campanella. And it was a spring evening in spring training. And I sat on the grass, and Campy sat on a bench, and he talked about the days playing in the Negro Leagues, as they called it. I can look at 24, the manager of the Dodgers, the quiet, strong man, who one day in Pittsburgh, after the Dodgers had lost a game and were passed by the pirate bus on the freeway, one of the Dodger players made a crack about why don't we have better buses. And number 24 said to the driver, "Stop the bus." And he turned to the bus and said to the players, "I'm stepping outside, and if anybody wants to come out and discuss the travel transportation of this team, come and talk to me." But of all, I guess, I look at 1 and 2. Number 1 was Pee Wee Reese. He was always the captain. His wife was the house mother for all the young wives of the rookies who joined the club. And of course, number 2, Tommy Lasorda. I was telling the writers earlier, the first time I heard the name Tommy Lasorda was in spring training of 1950. And Buzzy Bavasi, the general manager of the team, said, "I've got to leave and stop a kid from killing himself." And I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "We have a kid named Lasorda, and he's going to pitch batting practice to every player in camp." In those days, the Dodgers had 26 farm teams and 125 players known as free agents. So what Tommy was going to do for $50 was pitched to 725 players in batting practice. So Pavese said, I've got to stop this kid from killing himself. But that was the first time I heard about the drive inside of Tommy Lasorda. So with all those numbers, I see faces, I hear voices, I see their athletic ability, and now they're welcoming me home. But you know what? Just between you and me, and don't tell management, I don't deserve to be up there with them. Anyway, I'm there, and I'm eternally grateful to the Dodgers for putting me there. And now, if you want to join me again, it's time for Dodger baseball.
Look at your wife up there.
Pee-wee and Tommy and Duke and Gilliam and Sutton and Alston, Koufax, Campy, Jackie, Drysdale, and now Vin Scully joins the Ring of Honor here at Dodger Stadium. And who better to be the latest addition? And what a spectacular night. What a spectacular start to the night here on Vin Scully night at Dodger Stadium. We humbly welcome you inside here, Joe Davis with Oral Hershiser, and I think that was just about as good as we had expected it would be.
We sit in the Vin Scully press box, and it's absolutely amazing. It's time for Dodger baseball, but a moment ago it was time for Vin Scully to go up there on the Ring of Honor, and it was an incredible moment. And it strikes me how he understands a moment so well during a game when he's doing a broadcast, and even during a ceremony that is honoring him.
Yeah, and you see the crowd that filed in here, close to 50,000 people, was here a half an hour before the ceremony even began, just wanting to catch a glimpse of Vin and his wife Sandy. And quite a spectacular thing there with the team following him out. Dave Roberts, the present, the past, unveiling the banner with Tommy Lasorda, and Sandy Koufax unveiling Vin's addition to the Ring of Honor. And I think it's a night that I know you and I and anybody here, I'm assuming, or anybody who watched even at home, it's going to be added to those nights in Dodger history that you think back on.
This is a huge night for the franchise and for Mr. Scully, of course. And his humility came through with how simple and pure the ceremony was, because you know he had last say on how this would all go down. And the fact that the Dodgers wanted to honor him and put him up there on the Ring of Honor, but also in the fact that it was right when the fans were all here. The place is packed, and he got to speak to the fans, and then it's enough. It's time for the ball game.
Which is what Vin would want.
Exactly.
Vin never wanted the attention on him, always focused on the game. This game is between rivals, Dodgers and Giants, in the series finale here. After the Giants took the opener 4-3 Monday, Dodgers with a resounding win last night, 13-5. And this is the lineup Bruce Bochy counters back with. Brought to you by Honda. Corky Hernandez leads it off. Then it's Brandon Belt. Hunter Pence hits third. Buster Posey in the cleanup spot, followed by the rookie Christian Arroyo. Eduardo Nunez in left. Bill Panic at second. And Kelby Tomlinson starts at the hot corner. The 20-year-old Julio Urias made his 2017 big league debut against his same lineup last week and allowed just one run on 4 singles over 5 2/3.
And the 5 2/3 that you're looking at put a dash there, and that's what his record was last year, 5-2. And that took 4 stints for him to get that total. Well, this young man is here to stay. He wants to be here to stay. Management now wants him here to stay, and his ability will keep him here to stay for a long, long time. 4-pitch pitcher at the young, tender age of 20 years old. Fastball, curveball, slider, and changeup, and every pitch individually is above big league average.
Closed captioning tonight is brought to you by Wiener Schnitzel. The Dodgers enter the game at 15-13. The Giants are 10-18. Dave Roberts' team has won 5 of 6. Enters this one 10-5 at home. That's the second best home record in the National League, trailing only Arizona. San Francisco, meanwhile, the worst record in the National League, and tonight trying to win a series for only the second time in 9 opportunities this year. Last night, an outlier, though, in this series, in that it was a blowout. No matter the records, you expect it to be tight. You expect it to be dramatic. And a perfect night for baseball on Vin Scully night. Dodgers and Giants ready to begin. Corky Hernandez climbs in. Julio Urias works through his windup. And off we go with ball 1. Hernandez hadn't hit leadoff in a few weeks before this series, but he's been the leadoff man in all 3 games. Bruce Bochy trying to find a way to get this offense going. Dead last in the National League. A fly ball to center field. That's playable for Andrew Tolles. 1 out.
When you talk about Julio Urias, you talk about his age and how young he got to the big leagues. You talk about the innings limits and the pitch limits that have protected him because of that young, tender age. But if you go back to the All-Star game of 2016, which is just last year, you kind of eliminate the first 4 or 5 starts of his career, and those were the rockiest. But since then, his statistics, sabermetrically or even across the board, are one of the best in baseball.
It kind of sneaks up on you that it is. You know he's been good. Here's Belt, and there's ball 1. But yeah, you want to go with the most basic one? Earned run average since the All-Star break last year. #1 in baseball among starting pitchers. Half point better than him. The Urias to Brandon Belt with a 1-0 offering. That's low, ball 2.
If you go deeper than that, he has the lowest hard hit average of any qualifying starting pitcher since the All-Star break of 2016. 7 out of 139 balls put in play were considered well hit off of him.
A 2-0. And he's inside, falling behind Belt. 3 balls, no strikes. Brandon Belt is one of the guys that has had some success against him. Texas-born first baseman, 3 for 6 against Urias with a double and a home run. They have the overshift on him as he waits on a 3-0 and tries to bunt to beat it, but it will roll foul. Taking a page from Cody Bellinger's book. 3-1.
How much does that say about Brandon Belt's confidence about getting a hit off of Julio? First inning, nobody on, 1 out, and he said, okay, I'll set the table. But this guy is considered a power bat in the Giant lineup.
Leads the team with 4 homers this year. Batting with the bases empty and 1 gone in the first inning. A 3-1. That's ball 4. And the Giants have their first base runner of the night.
Right fielder number 8, Hunter Pence.
Hunter Pence comes up. Giants hoping that he can stay healthy this year for the first time in a while. Before, that was never a question with him. In fact, that was kind of his calling card. He had the longest consecutive games played streak in the majors to begin his time in San Francisco, but missed 110 games in 2015. Missed more than 50 games last year with a torn hamstring. One and 0. That 2015 season, when the injury issues began, he was hit by a pitch during spring training and it broke his arm. So he took the time to come back from that. But as you so often see, there are injuries that come from other injuries. And he started dealing with wrist problems during his recovery. Dealt with that throughout the year. Then an oblique problem. Still going strong at 34 years old, though, now in his 11th year in the bigs. Crack bat pop up. Cody Bellinger. 2 out.
One of 4 pitches you're going to get from Julio. And that was the changeup that Pence got off the end of the bat and broke his bat. And any pitch at any time, and when it's 4, that's a really hard thing to conquer as a hitter if he can locate them.
A lot of guys, when they break in, they've got fastball command, hard to break in without that. And then they have that one other pitch, but then they're working on pitch 3 and 4 and maybe 5. It is rare, especially from a 20-year-old, to have 4 above average pitches.
20 years old, 264 days, and he is the youngest starting pitcher in the big leagues this year. And of course, he was the youngest last year. And he may be the youngest next year.
His first one to Buster Posey. Outside, ball 1.
There are 20-year-olds down in Rancho in A-ball. There might even be a 20-year-old in rookie ball this year when it starts up. There definitely will be a 19-year-old like when he broke in last year.
Yeah, he would most definitely be one of the youngest players at the AA level.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it kind of goes without saying that if you're the youngest starting pitcher at the big leagues, you're probably the youngest guy at AAA, maybe. Be really, really close. I'll bet you he'd be in the top 10 for sure in AAA. And he might even be in the top 10 in AA.
Belt at first after the 1-out walk. And Urias to the plate with a 1-0 pitch. Fly ball to center field. Tolles is there. And the inning is over. 3 fly ball outs in Julio Urias' first Dodger Stadium inning of the year. On Vin Scully night, the Dodgers will try and back the Hall of Fame announcer against the Giants. Dodgers baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Land Rover, above and beyond. Back at Vin Scully night here at Dodger Stadium. First 40,000 fans got that Vin microphone statue. And everybody got treated to a wonderful pregame ceremony as his name was unveiled in the Dodger Ring of Honor. The Dodgers starting lineup brought to you by Honda. Andrew Tolles back at the top of it with a right-hander on the mound. Seager and Turner 2 and 3. Cody Bellinger moves up to 5 in the lineup with Adrian Gonzalez a spot behind him. Then it's Puig, then it's Utley and Urias. First time this year they'll see Jeff Samardzija. He's the one guy that they missed in the 4-game series last week. And those numbers, Oral, don't tell a very pretty story for him so far.
No, the only thing pretty about his year so far is his dominance of right-handed hitters, but including Julio Urias today for the Dodgers, he will face 7 left-handed hitters, and he is at the bottom statistically facing left-handers in the league.
Yeah, how about a .365 average for left-handed hitters? Here's one of them, Andrew Tolles, ripping the first pitch into center for a base hit.
Andrew Tolles has been hot for about a week now, and it's not just these kind of singles up the middle, but also power. Tied for the team lead in home runs with 5 with Seager and Puig, and that's some kind of powerful leadoff spot.
Speaking of Seager, here he is. Corey with a double last night in that 13-5 Dodger win. Strike one. Dodgers last night 6 in the second. They got 4 in the fourth. They got 3 in the sixth. All against Matt Moore, at least the first 9 of them. These franchises have been playing for more than a century, and it was only the 4th time that a San Francisco pitcher had allowed 9 or more to the Dodgers. Posey has Tolles picked off and throws down to get him. Wandered off of the bag too far, as Posey gloved that thing wonderfully and got him.
Aggression with a little mix-up, or yeah, he just got out a little too far is right. And it didn't look like a delayed steal. It just looked like, oh, that secondary lead. And with Corey's tendency to be so aggressive on strikes, or balls near the plate, it looked like Andrew was anticipating a swing.
Here's a 1-1. It drifts out, 2-1.
We've seen a little bit of the Dodgers and some aggressive base running that hasn't worked out. Chase Utley tried to get to third early with a ground ball in front of him yesterday. That play right there from Andrew.
2-2.
But they have a point of emphasis in spring training about being aggressive on the base paths. That one was just a little off.
Samardzija to Seager with a 2-2 pitch. Pokes it foul, do it again. Jeff Samardzija, 32 years old, out of Valparaiso, Indiana. His 10th major league season now, his 4th different team. Seager grounds one to Panic. In between bounce that he plays cleanly for the second out. Samardzija, not just with his 4th team in his 10 years, but his 4th team over the last 3+ seasons. Went from the Cubs to the A's in 2014. Quickly flipped over to the White Sox in 2015. 1 year there, and then signed a 5-year, $90 million deal with the Giants prior to last season.
6'5", 250 pounds, and got the perfect pitcher's body. Someone that looks like he will hold up for a long time.
First one to Justin Turner is low, ball 1.
Average fastball close to 95 miles an hour. Always had a little trouble changing speeds. 2 secondary pitches he uses the most are the slider and the split finger.
but they're both pretty firm, 85 and above.
1-1.
Curveball right there at 81. If he can master that, that would help him an awful lot.
Something he started throwing more last year in his first year in San Francisco. Something Buster Posey suggested he do more. 1-2 on Turner.
There's the slider at 89, so 8-mile-an-hour differential there. I can see why Buster would recommend it, because they can go from 81 with the curveball up to about 95, 96 with the fastball. That is a very nice differential. You're looking for at least 8 to 10 miles an hour, but when you get to 13 to 15 to 17 miles an hour, now you get a swing and miss.
And he gets one from Turner to finish off the inning. Faces the minimum thanks to some help from Posey, and after one, no score. '67-year career for Vin Scully. Started in 1950, ran through last year. The division-clinching home run from Charlie Culberson in his last game here, and then his final game between these two teams on October 2nd, 2016. Julio Urias back to work here in the second against 5, 6, and 7 in the Giants' order. Christian Arroyo climbs in. Urias has his sign from Grandal, and here comes the first one. Ball one. So how did Vin get his first big break? Because he talked about it a little bit today with reporters, how lucky he considers himself to get the job in the first place. That's up 2-0. So he got an opportunity through Red Barber, who was the Dodgers announcer for a while in Brooklyn, a Hall of Fame announcer himself. He met Red Barber in passing in the late 1940s. Nothing came of it then. 2-1. Red Barber happened to run CBS Radio's college football coverage and found himself midweek with a need for an announcer to do a game at Fenway Park. They played football there at the time. It was Maryland against Boston U. He thought of that skinny red-headed kid, Vin. That's fouled off, and it's 2-2. So he gave Vin a call and said, "You want to broadcast a game on CBS Radio?" And of course Vin did. It's a cold, really cold Saturday afternoon in Boston. But Vin figures this is big-time radio now, so I'm going to head up, leave my coat, leave my scarf and my gloves, leave it in the hotel. I'll be in a booth, right? Still 2-2 on Arroyo. Well, he gets there, and he's looking around for his booth, steps out of the freezing wind, pokes his head into the press box, and they said, "Oh, we'll show you where you're going to be calling the game from." And they walk Vin up onto the roof of the press box where there's a card table, a single microphone, and 50 yards of microphone cable, all sitting at the 50-yard line up on top of the press box. Well, okay, maybe I needed that coat. A 2-2. Arroyo breaks his bat on a roller that deflects off the mound to Chase Utley for the first out of the inning. But, you know, Vin, of course he's not going to make it about himself. Didn't complain. Walked up and down that press box roof, calling the game in the freezing cold, using the slack that he had with a microphone cable. Didn't say a word about it. Red thought he did okay, but it wasn't like this is a guy that's going to be the greatest broadcaster of all time. Well, a week later, Boston U calls Red Barber to apologize for putting his young announcer in these horrible conditions, and Red says, "What do you mean? I had no idea. He didn't say anything on the air. He didn't complain to me afterwards." And so it went from being a pretty good debut to Red being extra impressed with Vin. Eduardo Nunez taking ball one. Soon after, another Hall of Fame broadcaster, Ernie Harwell, departed the Dodger booth. Red needed a number 3. And the kid that impressed him by battling through those cold conditions was the first one that came to mind. 2-0.
Absolutely amazing that he would start that way, and he started on a roof.
Finishes pretty high up too.
Pretty high up too over here on the Ring of Fame, Ring of Honor.
2-1 on Nunez.
I can't wait to hear you retell the story about the phone call.
The one I got from him?
No, the one that Vin's mother got.
Oh, right. Yeah, from Red Barber.
Yeah. Or Red Skelton.
Yes. I believe a Red Skelton called for you, honey. Oh, no, Mom. 2-2. Yeah, they finally linked up. It was
How did you
Red
get
Barber.
to know Red Skelton?
Yeah, I don't think he has a radio opportunity for me. They went to do his first game at Ebbets Field. He had never been to Brooklyn before, even though he grew up in New York. It was his first trip there. Arias home to Nunez with a 2-2. Got in the hands. We'll do it again.
Who knows who would have discovered him? We know he would have gotten discovered, but who knows if he'd have brought a coat and a scarf, where his break would have come. I feel like a real wimp when I'm running out to Orvis to buy long underwear when we were in Chicago earlier.
Nunez shoots a base hit into right center. Puig cuts it off and holds Nunez to a 1-out single. His love for radio came at a really young age, though. Even before he had ever gone to a game, Vin would every Saturday pour a glass of milk, get a box of crackers, literally crawl under the big family radio in the living room and sit there and listen all afternoon to the games and loved the sound, the roar of the crowd. He had never seen one, but felt like he had from listening to those broadcasts. Vin has always said that to him, no sound better sums up a situation than a crowd. Runner at first and 1 out. Urias to Joe Panik after a toss to first.
One of the most amazing things that I ever saw in my young life was not at a baseball game. It was at my grandparents' house. They had a coffee table that had the knobs on it like it was a drawer. But the knobs were the dials of a radio, the volume and the station changer. And when you turned the volume on, a light behind the wood would show the numbers on the radio station. And the tubes underneath the coffee table would start to glow and warm up, and sound would start to come from this coffee table. And you could lay under it and listen to the baseball games. And that's what I remember doing at my grandparents' house. They would feed me dinner laying under the coffee table that was a radio because I didn't want to leave. And I probably at some point was listening to Vin Scully.
Close play there at first. Nunez in safely.
Because then it was about like game of the week and Vin became a national announcer. So, and my grandparents lived in New York, so I'm sure I did hear him.
Gave it a moment to check the video, and will be no challenge.
Well, we talked about Julio and how good a pitcher he has been since the All-Star break of last year. Also one of the best pickoff moves in baseball.
Led the majors last year despite only being in the majors for about half the year. Panic shoots it to third. Turner goes to Seager. That is not an easy play on any part. Turner cutting it off in the hole. Seager stepping from short. 5-6-3.
Replay, and it's a odd replay because of where Corey Seager comes from and where Justin Turner throws it from. So Justin Turner throws it from his knees, and Corey Seager comes from the shortstop side. Normally that would be a feed to the second baseman Chase Utley, but then it is just a smooth turn from an unorthodox positioning.
Yasmani Grandal leading off the second against Jeff Samardzija and fouling off the first pitch. And you're seeing more preparation for things like that as you see more shifts. That's come with it. Just having to figure out how to turn unorthodox double plays with unorthodox positioning. Here's the 0-1. Ball one. There, of course, was an overshift without the unorthodox covering that cost the Dodgers in the postseason a couple years back. Grandal lifts a fly ball to right, playable for either Pence or Panic. It's the right fielder Pence for out number one. Let's go down to Kelly Tennant.
Thank you, guys. We have to talk about Jock Peterson. Dave Roberts mentioning earlier today that he's making some improvements. So they're planning to still activate him on Friday. He's been dealing with that groin tightness since April 23rd. So his rehab assignment all week in Rancho has gone really well. So he's feeling almost 100%. Bad news, though, Logan Forsythe looks like he might be a few days behind, not as scheduled.
All right, Kelly. Here's Cody Bellinger. Cutting to the first Samardzija fastball, 0-1. Well, Cody did it again last night. 3-run triple. The youngest Dodger to have a bases clearing triple since Fernando Valenzuela. Lofts this one to left. Nunez started on, now goes back and makes the catch. Yes, 1981. Fernando Valenzuela cleared the bases with a triple. Go to the youngest guy since he did it.
Number 23.
Fernando was an outstanding hitter. I always believed that if Fernando couldn't pitch, he probably would have been an everyday player at the big league level. He was that good a hitter. He could put on a show in pitcher's batting practice, and he could put on a show during the game also in his at-bats.
But a triple?
Well, you know what? He probably hit it in the right place.
He certainly hit it in the right place. It was his only career triple. Hit 10 home runs in his career, though. Here's Gonzalez. And he corks a fly ball to the left field corner. Nunez under it. And that is a breeze of a second for Jeff Samardzija. Through with 2. No score. Look at the Coors Light cold hard facts of the night. We've got plenty of Vin facts for you. How about 28 World Series? His first one came when he was 25 years old, 1953. So Red Barber was the lead guy still at that point, but Red wanted to negotiate his rate a little bit higher with Gillette, which was the title sponsor carrying those broadcasts at the time, and they said no. Find somebody else to call the World Series if you want to try and get a lot more money out of us. Kelby Tomlinson leading off the third against Julio Urias and taking strike 1. Instead of trying to help him negotiate, Walter O'Malley, the owner, said, well, I've got this young kid, 25-year-old Vin Scully. I think he can handle it. And so that opened the door for Vin to call his first of 28 fall classics. An 0-1. Tomlinson pushes a bunt. It'll test Gonzalez, lunges after him, and he's safe. Kelby Tomlinson with a bunt single to open the third.
Firm enough to get by Urias and then angled enough to keep Gonzalez away from the line, and you can go as far away from the field as you want in that 45-foot line. That is there so you don't get in the way of a throw that's coming from the field and usually from the catcher or the pitcher. So when Kelby kind of leans out here and then dives back in, he creates his own baseline and he stays within his own baseline enough to tag the bag.
So now the pitcher is Samardzija in a likely bunt situation, squares around and takes ball 1. Vin was 4 years removed from college at that point when he called his first World Series. Still living with his parents at the time, and went down and had breakfast sitting at the table with his mom and his dad. Like it was any other day. And I went upstairs and threw it up, for lack of a better way to put it. He was about to call the World Series that night. This one's laid down. Grandal will tag him. Up to second goes Tomlinson, 1 away.
losing your breakfast is nothing that's new in baseball. Players do that. Starting pitchers will do that as they get nervous before games. Some can't have anything in their system.
What were you like day of eating?
I had my pasta and my chicken around 2 o'clock.
Nothing until then?
No. Oh, during the morning? No. A lot of times I would sleep in. I try to stay in bed as long as possible. I mean, sleep it in until about 10 or 11, and then maybe just some orange juice and maybe an energy bar of some sort when they were invented.
Right.
And then the pasta and chicken, and get some carbs and get some protein to balance it out. And then if I was hungry right before the game, maybe a peanut butter sandwich.
Ball one on Gorkis Hernandez.
Not a lot of guys that like to play on a full stomach. They'd rather play hungry.
Urias not particularly sharp so far. He's fallen behind a lot of hitters. Already thrown 30 pitches. Here's his 1-0. That's up, ball 2.
The respect that the Giants lineup is showing for Julio, understanding what he has accomplished at such an early age and who he is as a pitcher now. The bunt attempts, trying to work the count. Even Brandon Belt bunting on a 3-0 pitch.
On 2-0, that's low.
Belt on deck and left-handed, of course. Julio might be looking over there, thinking he might be the easier target.
Tomlinson started this inning with a bunt single. He's at second after Samardzij's bunt. And a 3-0 to the leadoff man, Hernandez, is a strike. Hernandez, 29 years old, out of Venezuela. Debuted with the Pirates and then spent a few years out of the majors. Just a handful of games, mostly a minor leaguer. Before the Giants signed him prior to last season, and he's been an important piece for him with all the injuries they've dealt with. A 3-1, and Hernandez looks at strike 2.
Well, if he was pitching around him as he fell behind 3-0, he's sure changing his ways, because he's attacking now with the fastball and not really wanting to set the first and second one-out situation up.
The payoff. Foul.
This Giant team has really struggled to score runs. It has really been their biggest problem. The pitching has had injuries, of course, Bumgarner being the biggest one. The bullpen has had trouble getting to the 9th inning to set up Melanson, the big sign in the offseason. But really the biggest problem with their record has been the offense.
3.5 runs per game. That's 29th out of the 30 teams in baseball. Only the Royals, who have dropped 12 of 13, have been worse offensively. Urias out of the stretch, brings a payoff again, and it's lifted in the air to center. No big deal for Tolles in front of the track. Out number 2. Tomlinson takes third. So a man at third with 2 gone, and it's Brandon Belt, who walked his first time. Urias has faced 10 hitters and delivered first pitch strikes to only 2 of them. Series rubber match. Giants try to cash in first here in the 3rd. First one to Belt. Taking ball outside, 1-0. Belt, 29 years old, out of Texas. He was a pitcher himself coming up. And not just like all the good ball players pitched at some point. He was an All-American high school pitcher and went to play for the Texas Longhorns as a pitcher. The 1-0 to him. Stopped by Grandal, keeping Tomlinson down at third.
It was a great block by Yasmani. That ball came up high onto the chest protector. I'm not sure it might even hit the mast. No, but boy, that one had a tough kick to it. Cradled it like an egg in front of him.
Got a strike on that. 2-1.
That's a very interesting call.
Surprised there wasn't more of a reaction from Belt.
You could get a little, even umpires blink, but boy, wow, it was
closer than it looked.
A lot closer than it looked.
A 2-1. Strike two at the top of the zone, and he's a pitch away from getting out of this jam.
He's got a couple shots right here that, with the borderline strike calls, you can really make one look like a strike, end up a ball now. Brandon Belt's got to be thinking Hunter Wendelstadt's strike zone is pretty big. I need to protect and give the Giants a chance to get this run.
With a man at third and two gone, Urias ready for a 2-2. Just barely fouls it off, and will do it again. Now Belt, a guy that used to be pretty much exclusively a power hitter, but has adjusted that approach, tried to copy Joey Votto's approach and philosophy some, and the walk rate has gone up, the on-base percentage has gone way up. Adjusting those mechanics to be able to see the ball longer and protect in situations like this. They're going up on another 2-2. He missed down, and the count is full.
Missed down, but that actually looked higher than the one that got called for a strike.
I agree.
Dave Roberts is like, I think the zone is low tonight from the other pitch that was called a strike, and that one looked a little higher, and that's what you, when you're on the big league bench, that's the angle that you see. You only get to see height. You can't see width over there.
So now a 3-2. He walked him.
Reached back for a little extra through 96 right there. The velocity was good, just pulled a little low and away.
And Hunter Pence comes up with the runners at the corners and two out. Back in Culiacan, Mexico. They're watching closely as Julio pitches for the second time this year. Big events every time he starts. They have cookouts at his parents' house. The bars and the restaurants close to where he grew up fill up. Everybody getting together to watch Dodgers Giants down there. In a scoreless game in the third, Urias against Pence, who flied to left his first time. One and 0. And that is now 10 of the 12 batters he's faced, Oral. He's started 1-0.
That's an important stat, but the more important stat is the fact that he still has a 0 on the board, but where that comes into play is the pitch count.
Which will be at 45 after this 1-0 delivery. A check swing and a strike, and it's 1-1.
Never seems phased. Even last year at 19 years old, opening up in New York. His first big league outing, his first start. Very poised.
At New York, then at the Cubs for his first two big league outings. Grandal flashes the glove up. Urias again misses his spot, but finds the zone, and it's 1-2.
Not afraid to throw strikes after the first pitch to every hitter. Has been able to battle back into some counts after falling behind 3-0 to a few, and others behind 1-0 a majority of the time.
He's had to work through this inning. A bunt single began it, a walk extended it, and a ball and 2 strikes on Pence. Here he comes. Inning over. Struck him out on a pitch that was off of the plate. It was a changeup, and it stays scoreless after 2.5. Take a look at the Land Rover Performance Spotlight. First 8 games in the majors. Let's compare Puig's dynamic debut back in June of 2013 with Cody Bellinger's. Pretty similar. A little bit of power numbers for Puig over those first handful of games, but pretty darn similar when you break down the numbers.
I don't think Puig had any bunt hits.
No, I bet you're right. He leads this inning off against Jeff Samardzija and takes strike 1. Now, when you're breaking down just the first 5 games at Dodger Stadium in a player's career, Puig has the highest OPS in stadium history. Bellinger has the highest average. Ground ball to third. Christian Arroyo, make that Tomlinson playing third tonight, gets him for the first out. Yeah, first 5 games in a player's career at Dodger Stadium. Cody Bellinger's .474 average, the highest ever.
Wow.
Chase Utley.
Here comes Utley with 1 out, and the base is empty.
That's pretty special when you think about all the guys that have had their first 5 games.
So that's anybody that has played here.
Right.
You know, their first, not first 5 big league games, but first 5 games in this park.
That are Dodgers.
Yes.
Not visiting players included.
Correct.
Yep. But still, I'll bet you you're in the top 5 if you're the #1 Dodger.
Ball 1 on Utley. Continues to put in extra work. In what is a different season than any other in his career. A role that he's playing much less than he's ever played. That's in, 1-1. Utley in his 15th Major League season now. 38-year-old former Philly. Came over in August of 2015. Now here in a 1-year deal. Behind 1-2. Last year was a one-year deal as well. Signed for about a third as much as he did last year. Signed for less than he could have gotten other places because he wanted to be a part of this. 2-2. One of the natural landing spots for Utley would have been San Francisco. His full-time off-season home is in the Bay Area. That's where his wife's from.
Jimmy Rollins was in the Giant camp trying to make their club and did not.
Two comes home. Utley looks at strike three. Second punch out for Samardzija. Second out of the third inning.
Number 7, Julio Urias.
Samardzija's best outing was his last outing. He had really struggled up into then. It was the first outing that he actually had that he went 7 innings and only gave up 2 earned runs.
His first one to his counterpart Urias shows bunt, takes a strike. Now Samardzija was an all-star in 2014. Kind of a unique story about that. He was traded 2 days before the All-Star game from the National League to the American League. He's fouled off 0-2, so he wasn't eligible to play for the National League because he was now in Oakland A. He had earned the All-Star honor as a Chicago Cub. So he just went and wore a generic National League uniform and hung out in the dugout.
I wonder what a generic National League uniform looks like. Must have been just gray or whatever.
Probably
if they were home or gray.
Whatever it was they had on, like at the Home Run Derby.
Oh, gotcha. You're right.
That was 2014. The year after that was his worst career year while he was with the White Sox. Led the American League in home runs allowed. He gets Urias on a breaking ball and works a 1-2-3 third. He's faced the minimum through 3. Sportsnet LA is brought to you by the Ram 1500 Rebel. Experience the power and toughness of Ram at your local dealer. And by Jack in the Box. Try the Double Jack Combo for just $4.99. Only at Jack in the Box. Who's that dapper fella all the way to the right? Vin Scully in 1955. The Dodgers' first World Championship team. Their only one in Brooklyn. Winning in 7 games over the Yankees after they had lost to the then hated Yankees 5 times between 1941 and 1953 in the Fall Classic. And Vin to this day calls Game 7 of that 1955 World Series his finest memory of his 67 seasons. Johnny Padres, complete game, shutout in a 2-0 game in Game 7. That was then. This was now. This was tonight. Honored before the game with the current Dodger squad. Said that just meant so much to him in that 1955 season. They had lost so many times before that. Here's Posey to lead off the inning for the Giants against Urias, who has held him off of the board despite not being very sharp so far. Strike one. Vin's final call in that 1955 World Series. Ladies and gentlemen, the Brooklyn Dodgers are champions of the world. And he said if he had tried to say another word, he probably would have broken down and cried. It meant so much to him. The 0-1. Wraps to the back door for a strike. He said it before the game today, but those numbers of those guys that he's up in the Ring of Honor with now, to him, those are more than numbers. Those are people. Those are a lot of those guys, his graduating class, the way he put it. Guys that he was educated in baseball with in those 1950s teams. 1-2 on Posey.
Yeah, I've met a lot of those people on the Ring of Honor, and of course Vin Scully was part of the career here for me at the Dodgers. Don Drysdale, Roy Campanella was a spring training invitee by the O'Malley family at all times. Sandy Koufax, one of my mentors. Don Sutton, another teammate of mine. Absolutely amazing when he said that he does not see numbers, he sees people. And Duke Snyder was someone that I got acquainted with. Tommy Lasorda, of course. Got to meet Pee Wee Reese when he'd come back for some old-timers games. That's an amazing group of men that are represented with numbers and now also a microphone.
Urias wanted it. 2-2. Yeah, he said he sees people when he sees those numbers, and he hears voices. And his memories attached to every one of those numbers up there.
Walter Alston used to come down to Vero Beach during spring training when I was a minor leaguer. They had a Walter Alston billiard tournament at Vero Beach in the barracks, and the winner of the tournament got to play Mr. Walter Alston.
You ever win it?
I did.
Did you?
I didn't bring it up for that reason, but I know the story about who gets to play him.
Posey's fouled off a couple after Urias thought he had gotten strike three on the outside corner. Still 2-2. You mentioned Walter Alston. One time in 1965, the Dodgers had already clinched the division heading into the last day of the season, and Walter had an idea. He said, Vin, how about you manage the team today? I'll listen to the broadcast from the dugout. You tell me what to do over the air. Posey with a jam shot, sinking into center, and a leadoff single. So early that morning, Vin ran into one of the players who I think had celebrated the championship a little bit too hard the night before. Didn't get a ton of sleep. Looked particularly rough. Wound up having to play, this player did, because his backup was just as rough. He had gone just as hard celebrating the title the night before. And so Vin's up calling the game, and this player that he had run into who looked a little bit dreary singles in his first at bat. And Vin immediately gives the indication over the air with Walter Alston listening in the dugout. Send him. We're going to steal this guy that's feeling it down at first. And the hitter fouled off 3 consecutive pitches, so the guy had to run down to second 3 different times, and it was never worth anything. Here's Christian Arroyo. A curve, ball one. Slid in there to second every time. Beat red, Vin said. And after the third foul ball, Vin eventually took the sign off and told Alston, you're on your own from here.
I didn't know he had such a diabolical sense of humor.
1-1. Arroyo's 0 for 1 today. Bounced out to second. Giants have 3 hits. Got a base runner in each inning. Best opportunity came last inning when they left him at the corners. Urias striking out Hunter Pence. 1-2. If you like youth, this is your matchup. 20-year-old against a 21-year-old. The kid against the kid. Runner at first and nobody out in the fourth. Arias with a 1-2. Foul back.
They could be juniors in college.
Yeah.
Could be sophomores in college even.
In Arias' case. Arroyo was planning to go to college before the Giants drafted him in the first round. He was going to study architectural engineering at Florida. Waits on another 1-2 and pulls a bouncing ball back of third. Turner with a long throw to second to get the lead runner. That internal baseball clock of Justin Turner seems to show itself nightly.
Both pieces of this equation for the Dodgers did. Turner for sure, and Chase Utley, knowing it's strictly a one-out play, turns himself into a first baseman and stretches to make sure they get the out.
So Arroyo trades places with Posey, and up comes Eduardo Nunez. Came over in a trade from Minnesota last year at the deadline for a minor league pitcher. It didn't quite pan out the way San Francisco wanted it to. Injured his hamstring in the final week and wound up being a postseason backup. Connor Gillespie became kind of a hero for San Francisco in the National League Division Series. As much of a hero as you can be, I guess, in a losing effort. Hard hit to short. Could be two. There's one. There's two. Second double play induced by Julio tonight. Bottom of the fourth coming up. Still no score.
Purchase a 5-game weekend plan starting at $20 per ticket. If the Dodgers win all 5 games you pick, you'll win 2 tickets to Fan Appreciation Day, even if I can get through this promo. September 24th, and be recognized in a group photo on the field. I'll even join you. For more information, visit Dodgers.com/mini-plans.
I'm going to hold you to that. You're going to the field September 24th. Boyd put it in the calendar, September 24th, or will be on the field for the group photo.
For sure.
Andrew Toles leads off the fourth against Jeff Samardzija and takes a ball. Andrew has the only hit of the night for the Dodgers, and it came on Samardzija's very first pitch. He was promptly caught on the bases, which has allowed Samardzija to face the minimum through 3. Swings wildly at a pitch that bounces, 1-1.
I think Buster Posey was right when he gave the advice to Jeff Samardzija to start throwing the curveball more. At 95, 96 miles an hour, he doesn't have to get it that close to the strike zone to get some swings.
2-1.
Andrew right there didn't bite on that one, but got him a strike in this at bat.
Here's the next one. Hangs in there for a strike. 2-2. 3 consecutive curves to Tolles.
That happens when in a bat you hit the high fastball right up the middle for a base hit.
Swats one to short. Arroyo. Boy, Tolles flew up that line and made it close. They say that he's out. And Bob Guerin will immediately go to the phone in the Dodger dugout just to be sure.
Let's take a look at the Morongo Casino Resort and Spa slow-mo cam. It's about the only way we're going to know for sure.
Number 5.
Looks like he's out by about 6 inches.
Still no score. Bottom of the 4th inning, and with one gone, Corey Seager comes up. Guys like Arroyo and Bellinger making Seager a regular old vet. Strike 1.
That'd be interesting if those guys came up to him around the batting cage and said, you know, what do you think of my swing, old man?
All right. It's 23 now. Celebrated his birthday last week. Takes outside, and it's 1-1. Double play partner tonight is Chase Utley, the guy that he was paired with much of last season. Those two have a great relationship. Chase has been a huge mentor for Corey. 1-2. Last year, Corey tried talking Chase into dyeing that hair black. Chase wasn't having it, so Corey got him to agree to a bet. One night in early August, they were playing the Phillies here at Dodger Stadium, and Corey said, okay, how about this, Chase? I hit 2 home runs, you have to do it. Chase said, all right. I mean, he's a good player, but what are the chances he's going to homer twice? The 1-2 got him swinging, 2 gone. Corey homers in the first inning of that game. Smiles his way around the bases a little bit. Not enough where you'd know something was going on if you're watching, but if you're Chase, you know, you see the smile. And Chase starts to get a little nervous, so he walks up to Corey and says, okay, I'm going to change this bet a little bit. If I hit one of my own, it cancels out one of yours. Next time up, home run Chase Utley. So you're back square. 7th inning, Seager homers again, his second of the night, and a big smile his entire trip around the bases. Here's Turner, who takes ball 1. Turner said that it was the biggest smile he's ever seen Corey had after he hit that second home run. And even though Chase had changed the bet midway through, he was a good sport about it. Honored the original bet, dyed his hair black. Turner back up the middle. I think I got a piece of the glove to slow it up for Panic to get Turner. And Samardzija's faced the minimum through 4 after coming into the game with an earned run average above 6.
Sportsnet LA studios. We hope you're enjoying Dodger baseball on KTLA, presented by Spectrum. Let's take a look at the Dodgers calendar. This weekend, the Dodgers head to San Diego. You can see the series finale on KTLA and Sportsnet LA, and it's Kershaw Day. Then the Dodgers come home to host the Pirates. Spectrum Sportsnet LA is your place to catch the Dodgers 24/7. Get Spectrum TV. It's the best ticket in town. Joe and Oral, back to you guys.
All right, John, no score as we begin the 5th inning. Joe Davis, Sol Hershiser, and Kelly Tennant. You mentioned that San Diego series. You're leaving us for a few days.
I get a little vacation.
Oh, my gosh. We're 25 games into the year, and the Bulldog needs a vacation.
Oh, it's a scheduled vacation. I'll be doing some work behind the scenes.
Omar and I will be down in San Diego. Hopefully Alana feeling well enough to rejoin us by then. Joe Panik leads off the 5th, takes ball 1 outside.
First pitch strikes for Julio are not on the good side of the equation, but the scoreboard is very good at 0-0. 4 of 16 batters.
He falls behind 2-0.
It's not many first pitch strikes, and look at him shaking his head now. He understands the pattern. It's not because he's not trying. It's not because he's young. He has the ability to do it, and he has the gumption. He's just not hitting his spot right now.
It's 2-0. Panik pulls it foul, 2-1.
That's a good example of how he just doesn't get backed into any counts. There's a 2-0 pitch. He's disgusted with himself, falling behind again, and he goes to a changeup at 81 miles an hour and gets the big league hitter way out in front.
Two and two.
And then do a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, and he's way behind it.
Yeah.
With that kind of talent to be able to battle from a 2-0 count the way he has here tonight, it just shows you when he's locked in how dominant he could be.
Giants second baseman Joe Panik starting the 5th. And pulling one foul, just barely staying alive. But Urias showing off the full repertoire with these last few pitches.
That was the curveball right there, and it was sharp and it was big. He's throwing him a pretty straight slow one, a pretty straight hard one, and then he bends one slow. No idea what you're going to get now, Joe.
Me or him?
That Joe,
okay.
On the field.
I'm not real sure either.
Looks like a slider away.
On 2-2. Panik loops a fly ball to right center that carries well. Puig turns, and that ball bangs off the wall. Puig catches the ricochet. His throw to second, not in time. How is it even that close?
An absolutely amazing play by probably the best right fielder in baseball. Yasiel Puig plays this carom absolutely perfectly, reading that the ball's going to hit the wall, pulling up to the exact right spot, playing the carom, and throwing it so accurately. He's got a strong arm, and so do a lot of other people, but I'm not sure there's anybody who has that accuracy. Just safe. Amazing play.
As it stands, a leadoff double for Panik here in the 5th in a scoreless game. And it is once again a situation where Julio Urias is going to have to tiptoe his way out of some trouble.
Lots of look, but everyone he's safe.
Strike one on Kelby Tomlinson. Reminds you of the throw he made in Denver last year from the outfield wall to get Trevor Story trying to turn a double into a triple. Bounced it perfectly. On one hop over to Justin Turner at third, who put the tag down with a smile on his face. 1-1. Tomlinson singled his first time. It was a bunt single along first. If he wants it again, he's got a chance at it. Gonzalez plays very deep over at first base. In this situation, would accomplish getting Panic to third. The 1-1. 1-2.
The third inning is a little bit of a bubble there that got the pitch count out of whack. Everything else is just fine. And no matter how many pitches he's thrown tonight, he still wants to try and put a 0 up this inning.
His 1-2 pitch. Tomlinson drives it down the right field line. Puig on the move. He gets there. Twirls and guns towards third, and again makes it way closer than any human ever should. Panic's in safely and 1 away.
Yasiel has shown his range also in the last couple plays, ranging to his right to get the ball in the gap and play the carom perfectly, and then ranging there to his left with this ball slicing away from him. And outfielders always have to remember about the extra slice you get as that ball is slowing down. Yasiel played it perfectly.
So Julio Urias, 71 pitches deep, 90 pitches in his first outing of the year last week. Of course, the discussion on him, always the innings. Career high 127 innings last year. And no official number put out by the Dodgers, but if you do the math on the progression, you would assume he'll fall somewhere between 160, 180 here in what will be his first almost full major league season. 3 AAA starts to begin through 14 innings there. And then 5 2/3 in his debut in the majors last week. Jeff Samardzija up there now. Pulls a curveball to a pulled-in Seager. That is the second out.
Samardzija had 10 at-bats until that ground out to Seager. 5 of them were strikeouts, and he's still looking for his first hit. And with the infield pulled in, a very simple play when it's right between Corey's legs with a glove there.
So it's up to Hernandez. Leadoff man for the Giants, 0 for 2 today, is twice flied to center. San Francisco, plenty of opportunities in this game against Urias, but nothing to show for it. They're now 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. In this fifth, they got a leadoff double from Panic. He's at third. And Julio set to go for the first one to Hernandez. That's strike 1. Coming inside. Ball on a strike. Panic off of third with 2 gone, and Urias to Hernandez with a 1-1 that drifts away. And Hernandez had 2 balls and a strike, with the left-handed batting Brandon Belt due next. Well, he is a left-hander. Good numbers against Urias head-to-head.
Fell behind Hernandez, 3-0. The last at bat, battled back to get a fly ball to center.
3-1.
Seen fastballs this altitude called strikes. This changeup might have just caught the corner.
He lets the 3-1 fly. Fouled off 3-2. Scoreless game in the 5th inning. Joe Panik at third with 2 gone. And the crowd comes to life with a full count. Just missed. Ball 4.
Did not give in. A couple bases open. Don't want to give up a run and a scoreless tie right here. Puig hoping it's a strike. Whoa. Down to 1 knee.
So Urias will take his chances with Belt, who's walked both times tonight. Seemingly sees Urias pretty well. 3 for 6 against him with a home run and a double, and now these 2 walks.
Be careful of Belt's reputation right here with the 2 walks, thinking that he's up there just looking for a walk, not aggressive. He might come out of his shoes on first pitch here.
Here it is. Ball 1.
He wanted to. Power guys, RBI guys, and I know he's got a new theory, the Joey Votto theory of making sure it's a strike before he swings, hitting more balls the opposite field, but there's also a way you can set up a pitcher thinking that you're a little bit complacent and not aggressive.
Here's the 1-0. That's in. 2 balls in, no strikes. Is there a chance he's being extra careful with Belt? Feels better against Pence?
I think there's a chance that he doesn't feel real good with his rhythm to every hitter at the beginning of the count, and then just for some reason can find his sights. You're just hoping it hasn't happened too often. A lot of hitters' counts that the Giants haven't capitalized on.
Dangerous 2-0, and Belt almost gets hit by ball 3.
Julio went 5 2/3 against the Giants in his first outing through 90 pitches. The pitch count today has been built up by a lot of misses. But the important number for Dave Roberts at the end is he's still tied at 0.
81 pitches into this outing. Panik at third. Hernandez at first. And a 3-0. Strike 1.
Decision time. Backed into a fastball count 3-0. You throw it. Backed into it again after he's seen it for a strike and has the timing. Do you challenge him or do you trick him?
It was an errant pickoff throw in his start last week in San Francisco that contributed to the Giants' only run. Held him off of the board through 4 2/3, but the Giants knocking on the door once again. At the corners and 2 gone. And a 3-1 to Belt. Strike 2.
Really the hardest pitch to throw for a strike in this count. 3-1 fastball in. You don't usually get a liberal strike zone from the umpire because it looks so close to the hitter. You risk hitting him, and he really hasn't had his release point with that pitch to left-handed hitters.
Upstairs, he walked him again, and the bases are loaded for San Francisco's Hunter Pence. The 4th walk issued by Urias. 2nd consecutive outing, both outings this year, he's walked 4.
Rick Honeycutt coming out for a little chat, settle down the youngster and lock him back in.
Well, tomorrow there's an all-new episode of Backstage Dodgers. Sergio Romo goes back to San Francisco, where he played the first 9 years of his career, and you get an inside look at Cody Bellinger's big league debut. Don't miss it. Backstage Dodgers presented by Hankook Tires at 7 tomorrow on Sportsnet LA. Great way to fill your void on the off day before the Dodgers head down to San Diego this weekend. What's the message here?
The message is get ahead, I think. Let's not worry about building the count. Trust you, you trust your stuff. He's been playing with fire all night. There's been a giant on in every inning, but nobody has scored, so he hasn't been burned yet.
And good thing Julio Urias doesn't seem to feel pressure, because here's the Giants' 3-hitter Hunter Pence climbing in with the bases loaded in a scoreless game in the 5th. The first one. Strike one, and he does start ahead. Pence was up there with runners at the corners and 2 gone in the 3rd, and Urias got him swinging with a changeup. Three-time All-Star Pence swings and misses, and it's 0-2.
Up the ladder. Pence knows he has a hole there. The league knows too, but he still chases.
Left this one up, ball 1, but a good spot for it against an aggressive hitter.
Ross Stripling had a battle in San Francisco with Hunter Pence where they went fastball up after fastball up. It must have been 6-7 pitches. Pence finally hit a sac fly that won the game. Dave Roberts mentioned that he wishes the pitch mix would have been there a little better. Yasmani Grandal, I'm sure, read that quote.
Popped up to right. The kids out of the jam. They leave them loaded in the 5th. Sportsnet LA is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Toyota time is going on now. Get incredible deals on a fuel-efficient RAV4 hybrid. Wall of Fame at Dodger Stadium, including the 3 Ford C. Frick Award winners. Broadcasters wing of the Hall of Fame. Right in the middle, Vin Scully. Went in at 54 years old. Went on to work another 3+ decades while he was in the Hall of Fame. Why me, Vin said on that day. Yasmani Grandal leads off the 5th inning and takes ball 1 from Jeff Samardzija. Vin said, why with the millions and millions of more deserving people with a red-haired kid with a hole in his pants and his shirt tail hanging out playing stickball in the streets of New York wind up in Cooperstown? Why me indeed? It's 1-1. Well, because you're the greatest ever to do it.
That is for sure. Between the storytelling and then being able to understand the game so well and what the fans would like to know the biggest moments laying out.
1-2 on Grandal.
I think anybody who has ever wanted to sit in a chair that Vin Scully sat in has studied his work.
Confirmed. So what do the Dodgers got to do to get it going offensively here against Samardzija, who came into the game with an ERA above 6 and has faced the minimum through 4?
He has done a very nice job, and I think it's really more Buster Posey has done a very nice job putting down the right fingers, and Samardzija is following along from his all-star catcher.
That's his 5th K, 1 gone in the 5th inning.
Wanted a split finger down. He got it right down there where his catcher wanted it. Has mixed in the breaking ball and has thrown that outstanding fastball. Much better location for him tonight than in most of his other outings.
Cody Bellinger with the bases empty and 1 gone. And of course, you know, Jeff Samardzija played college football at Notre Dame, was an All-American receiver. His first one to Bellinger is cut on and missed, strike 1. Fell to the 5th round of the draft because most people thought that he would want to play in the NFL. That baseball wasn't something that he was seriously considering professionally. Here's his 0-1. Right down the middle to Bellinger for strike 2. Only reason the Cubs took him when they did is because they had kind of an inside track, inside knowledge to where Samardzija's head was at. The GM of the Cubs at the time, Jim Hendry, his best friend, was Samardzija's head coach at Notre Dame. That was Paul Maneri, and he said, trust me, take him. They did. Played rookie ball the summer before his senior year of college football. And at that point, the Cubs offered him a 5-year, $10 million deal to get him to sign. That was after 7 minor league appearances. Ball 1 on Bellinger. His brother came up to campus, just a quick drive from Valparaiso to South Bend after he'd been drafted, trying to figure out what they were going to do. They got a whiteboard. They split it down the middle. You know, you can do pros and cons lists. Well, they did left-hand column football, right-hand column baseball. Bellinger on the ground to first. Easy play for Belt. 2 away. And they just wrote down all the positives of each decision and wound up playing baseball, and it's turned out to be a good decision for him.
Adrian Gonzalez.
2 up and 2 down in the 5th, and here's Gonzalez in a scoreless game.
Samardzija has not only avoided any 3-ball count in this game, he's only gone to 2 balls with 3 guys.
It's kind of been the opposite from what Urias has done. Strike 1.
4 walks for Julio, and he'll probably be finished. There's action in the Dodger bullpen, and he's been getting some handshakes and pats on the back over there. And the young man battled through some early count control problems, but still kept the Dodgers in this game, especially with the gem that's being thrown by the Giants starter.
Only 1 base runner for the Dodgers. Andrew Toll started the night with a single. That is it. 1-1. 1-2.
I love the fact that Julio is down there early in his career. I mean, super early in his career. And he's frustrated to put 5 zeros up in a big league game.
It's a great point.
And he is still trying to get better right now. A lot of guys would be like smiling and, man, I'm so glad to be out of that one. And boy, I dodged a bullet. And he's still working on getting better right now.
Gonzalez fouls it off, still 1-2.
He understands that it's not about results, that conversation tells me. He understands that it is about execution. Results will come, but they'll come more often when you execute at the highest level.
Here's the 1-2. Gonzalez shoots one on a bounce softly to Tomlinson. And another 1-2-3 inning for Jeff. Some margin. Through 5, no score. Dodgers host the Giants, and if you're one of the first 40,000 fans, you get a Kenley Jansen bobblehead from Farmer John. Go to Dodgers.com/promotions. Julio Urias' night is officially finished. 5 shutout innings, but you can see it on his face. Not pleased with those 5 innings.
Julio Urias, though, bailed himself out with 2 out, Hunter Pence up and the bases loaded. The Giants threatening again against him, but he escaped in every inning, pitch by pitch here. All 3 fastballs to start, and then the changeup that he's gotten Pence before earlier in the game was set up properly, and he executed it perfectly.
And now gets to pick the brain of Clayton Kershaw as Pedro Baez comes in. He's given up 1 run on 2 hits this year. The 1 run came on a home run against the Giants, Mike Morse. Middle part of the order, it's Buster Posey, and it is strike 1. Started him off speed.
It's one of the things I really have liked about some of the guys in the bullpen and their growth. Pedro Baez's growth, Josh Fields, Chris Hatcher. They've really started to master their secondary stuff.
0-2. Pretty cool to watch these two go over grips.
Over grips. Looks like it's more on breaking balls. And it could be also on the slider. Yep, right there. A specific grip sometimes works for one pitcher but not the other, and you have to then relate to the hand discipline and the arm angle.
Posey pops it up. Puig settles under it and right. 1 out. Clayton Kershaw has said about Julio Urias that he is much better at his age than Clayton was at that age. And that is Clayton being humble, as he always is, but it's also a testament to how far along Julio Urias is.
Like a lot of time right there, they're talking cut fastball, cut it under a swing, or is it going to be level and stay on the barrel?
Base is empty, 1 gone. Christian Arroyo. No score here in the 6th. Dodgers and Giants again playing a tight one. Got in the hands, pumped foul, strike one. That's why last night felt so weird, because this is what Dodgers Giants normally feels like.
And you talk about Giants getting 4 in the 2nd and the Dodgers coming back with 6. It's only happened a couple times in the history of the rivalry of those guys score that often and that much in one inning. Top half and bottom half. One time was in the regular season, I think, and one time was in the playoffs.
Yeah, 1962. During the added regular season games to determine a champion, there was one huge inning. And that 3-game playoff that the Giants won. Strike 3 called on Arroyo. 2 up and 2 down in the 6th. 6th inning that day. The Giants got 4, but the Dodgers came back, got 7, and won the game 8-7 on a walk-off sacrifice fly that brought home Maury Wills. The Giants winning game 3 and moving out of the World Series. Dodgers had to wait a year before they brought home another World Championship. Nunez 1 for 2 today. Has 1 hit in each game in this series. Baez going fastball away. At 98 for strike 1. Third year as a full-time big leaguer for Pedro. Finally learning to work with some tempo. 0-2. When you combine his stuff with an ability to put hitters on their heels by working faster, potential for this guy to be an elite bullpen arm.
It's always been there, and he's even made another step other than the pace between pitches. The breaking stuff, the slider and the changeup have really gotten better.
Inside the bag, a fair ball for Nunez. Bellinger over to dig it out. Nunez with a 2-out double, and the Giants again have a runner in scoring position.
Second baseman Joe Panik.
It's right out in front of that and right down the line. Justin Turner not guarding the line because Nunez doesn't hit many balls down there.
Well, let's see if Baez can do what Julio Urias so masterfully did through 5 shaky innings. That was when he needed to make a pitch to get out of it. Giants 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. 0 for 5, beg your pardon. As Joe Panik comes up in a tie game in the 6th. Here comes Baez. Ball 1. 7th meeting this year between these teams. They've split the first 6. Of course they have. 4 one-run games out of those 6. 2 extra innings games. And that one blowout, 13-5 win for the Dodgers last night. The 1-0. Panik takes it high, 2-0. This guy's been so steady for San Francisco, Joe Panik. 4th major league season, solved what had been a long-term issue at second base for them. Dave Roberts will put him on intentionally here and allow Baez to take his chances with Tomlinson.
Third baseman Kelby Tomlinson.
Interesting now with the strategy, or really the rule, that you can just put 4 fingers up as a manager and move the guy to first base and the intentional walk. You used to bring in relievers and worry about having a batter pitch to, a recorded batter, so that you could actually change the pitcher. So now the pitcher doesn't even lose his release point. He can warm up, put up 4 fingers, move the guy over, and the guy is coming from his warm-up pitches instead of 4 wide ones.
So have you so far liked the change?
It doesn't bother me. Yeah. So rare an occurrence that a pitcher would throw it away and it would cost somebody a game or a big run. You don't do many intentional walks when it's not run prevention.
2 on, 2 out here in the 6th, and Tomlinson takes ball 1. Pedro Baez on for Julio Urias. Got the first 2 men in the inning. Nunez with a double, then an intentional walk to Panic. Now facing the 8-hitter. Former Texas Tech Red Raider Kelby Tomlinson. Waiting on this 1-0 pitch. Fastball caught the corner at 98, 1-1. Corey Seager was sweeping in at second there behind Nunez. Baez didn't give him a look.
And it was tough because the defense was really naked at that point. The whole left side was open other than Justin Turner near the third base bag.
Now 1-1. Ground ball to first. Adrian Gonzalez takes it to the bag, and that does it for the Giants in the 6th. Still no score after a scoreless inning of relief from Pedro Baez. Dodgers baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. And by Carl's Jr., the baby back rib burger, only at Carl's Jr.
One of the very best parts of today's ceremony was watching Vin Scully interacting with all of the Dodger players as well as Dave Roberts. I had a chance to talk to some of the guys inside the clubhouse earlier. Ross Stripling telling me it was so special for him to witness this and be a part of things with Vin over the last year being Ross Stripling's first year with the big league team and Vin Scully's last. He said, I can't believe that his last year I got to hear him call my name. And Justin Turner saying it was so special even when I wasn't playing for the Dodgers, and one day knowing that I'll be able to look back and watch these games and hear the stories that he told about me and my friends, that I will never forget.
And Justin Kelly grew up listening to Vin here in Southern California as a Dodger fan. No score, bottom of the 6th. Jeff Samardzija back to work facing Yasiel Puig. First one. Puig goes after it off the end of the bat. Sky high down the right field line. Panic comes over and hits off his glove. Puig grounding second. The wild horse to third. Safe. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2. 3 2.
Yasiel Puig swings at a slider, pops it up, realizes this might be a tough play, turns on the Jets about halfway down the first baseline, and when Panic clanks this in fair territory, even though it lands in foul, it is a fair ball. Yasiel right about here says, oh, and it's high enough. He hit it strong enough, but here it goes. And right about now, it's going to be 50-50 if he's safe, throws a little bit wide, he's in there.
And that is an inning-altering play, him getting from second to third. Infield comes in for San Francisco. Chase Utley comes up for the Dodgers. Fly down the left field line. Nunez runs over, and it's strike one. They have ruled it an error on Panic. Putting the go-ahead run 90 feet away for the Dodgers with nobody out here in the sixth. Utley finds himself in a spot where he's got a chance to come up with his first big moment of 2017. And 0-1. Another foul ball, and it's 0-2.
All the bullets that the Dodgers have moved away from, as the Giants have put so many runners on base. Sometimes Urias' walks, sometimes their hits. They've dodged all the bullets. Now they got a chance on an error to pick up a run.
0-2. Taken low, ball one. Samardzija gunning for a strikeout here. He's got 5 today. So not only one hit, it was on the first pitch that he threw tonight. The 1-2. Taken low again. Count evens.
Samardzija executed the pitch perfectly that Buster Posey wanted. They were going slider down in and under his swing. Utley didn't bite.
We saw Chris Taylor in the on-deck circle in the pitcher's spot. Posey out to talk with Samardzija. Ross Stripling warming. Dodgers trying to break through, trying to win their 6th out of their last 7. Scoreless game in the 6th inning. Puig at third and nobody out. Samardzija to Utley with a 2-2 pitch. He takes it low again. 3 consecutive pitches that he tried to get Chase to dig out, and Chase took them all.
A great take, respecting the fastball but not biting on the slider.
The payoff. Strike 3 called over the outside corner. And a big first out for Jeff Samardzija here in the 6th.
Another slider. This one's high enough and right on the corner. Big time pitcher's pitch in a very big situation.
Now batting pitch hitter number 3, Chris Taylor.
And now Chris Taylor. What a year it's been for him since his call up. Hitting above 300. Hitting the ball as hard consistently as anybody. Bats with a go-ahead run at third and 1 out. Ball 1. Posey stops it. Puig hangs on at third. An error on Panic opening the door. Just a touch for the Dodgers here in the sixth. The 1-0. Bouncing ball wide of third, and it's 1-1. Talk about Cody Bellinger and the decisions coming for the Dodgers as the injured players get healthy again. Similar decisions in Chris Taylor's case, and that he's earned the right to stay here. Trying to put another feather in his cap. Pinch hitting here in the sixth against Jeff Samardzija, who's coming inside with a 1-1. Misses. 2-1.
Samardzija has dominated right-handed hitters this year. It's the lefties that have given him trouble.
And after Taylor, two left-handed hitters. Now the 2-1. Inside the bag, fair ball. That gives the Dodgers the night's first run. Pinch hit, RBI single, Chris Taylor, and it's 1-0 in the sixth.
The slider that he just slices inside the first base line there. Chris Taylor doing the job. 1 out, man on third. 0-0 tie. Slider he stays inside of. And slaps it down the line. Dodgers up 1-0.
His second pinch hit RBI single of this homestand. And now you get to the part of the order you were mentioning where there are back-to-back left-handed hitters in Toles and Seager. In fact, 5 of the next 6 that Samardzija will face will hit left-handed. Last night defined by big innings, a 6-run inning, a 4-run inning, and a 3-run inning. See if the Dodgers have a crooked number here in the 6th. Over the outside edge for a strike on Toles. Puig scores the first run of the night. Here's the 0-1. That's low. 1-1.
Sixth inning, Samardzija has pitched really, really well. He'd be a very much of a tough luck loser if this goes the Dodgers' way. 67 pitches, 1 out in the 6th. He has been mowing them down with very few pitches.
Taylor runs on a pitch outside. Posey's throw gets him. 2 out.
It wasn't a pitch out, but because it was a high fastball away miss, it was about like a pitch out. Watch Posey be able to just come up and just gun this ball with no interference. Makes a great throw on Chris Taylor.
So the Dodgers have now had 3 base runners tonight, and Posey has thrown out 2 of them. So they're wiped clear. 2-1 on Toles with the bases empty and 2 gone now. Cuts and misses at a back foot breaking ball. 2-2. Toles can reach. Seager would bat. The 2-2. Ball 3.
We don't usually say this about a leadoff hitter, but 2 out, 3-2 count, 1-0 game. Andrew Toles has a lot of pop. You could see him turn it loose right here without any risk.
Tied for the team lead, 5 home runs this year. Here comes the 3-2, and Toll swings and misses, strike 3. But the Dodgers break the scoring seal, getting a run thanks to an error after 6, 1-0.
Alongside the one and only Nomar Garciaparra, we hope you're enjoying Dodger baseball on KTLA, presented by Spectrum. Let's take a look at the Dodgers calendar. This weekend, the Dodgers will head to San Diego. You can see the series finale on KTLA and Sportsnet LA. It is Kershaw Day as well. Then the Dodgers come home to host the Pittsburgh Pirates. Spectrum Sportsnet LA is your place to catch the Dodgers 24/7. Get Spectrum TV. It's the best ticket in town. Joe and Oral, back to you.
All right, John, here's Ross Stripling entering the game. After Pedro Baez tossed a scoreless 6th, Ross is on for his 10th outing this year to face 9-1-2 in the Giants order. First man that he sees is Jeff Samardzija. And he gets strike 1. One and one.
Very comfortable to come into a 1-0 game, and the first hitter you face is the pitcher on the opposing side. Kind of helps you ease into the outing as long as you get him out.
Out of him 1-2.
Bruce Bochy sticking with Samardzija. The pitch count is in order. He's throwing the ball very well. Only gave up a run because of the error. And the bullpen, this portion of the Giant bullpen is the weakest part of the bullpen.
Well, that thing had a ton of bite to it. Gets Samardzija. Grandal will finish it off for the first out of the 7th. Let's get to know Vin Scully a little better. Brought to you by AARP. November 29, 1927 in New York. Went to Fordham, played center field for the Fordham baseball team. He also did a lot of stuff nationally as his career rolled on. Worked for CBS and then NBC. Vin Scully night. Dorcas Hernandez with one gone and the bases empty here in the 7th. And Stripling with a hammer curve, strike 1. Vin first started working full-time with CBS in the mid-70s. Had a key spot calling the Masters during that stretch. Did the NFL for them. 0-2. One of his final games before he left NBC for CBS was the NFC Championship game with the Montana to Clark catch. And had a great call in that game. on NBC in 1983. That long partnership with Joe Garagiola through 1989, when again CBS got the rights. It's 1-2. And we talk nowadays about national announcers never hearing the end of it from each side. Both sides think that the announcer dislikes their team and is a fan of the other. We see that now because of social media, but it's always been around. Even Vin was hearing it from both sides in the late 80s when he was calling the World Series. 2-2. And Grandal had to hurry after that in case they said Hernandez offered, but no swing. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 1986 World Series, the Mets, the Red Sox. Most watched World Series of all time at that point. NBC's Boston affiliate got more than 700 complaints that Vin was a Mets fan.
Okay.
And the New York affiliate got more than 1,000 complaints that he was a Boston fan.
You can't win.
No. If Vin couldn't win them, I'm not sure anybody can.
And the ball gets through Buckner's legs.
Stripling home to Hernandez with a 2-2, and he got him over the outside corner. 2 out.
Ross Stripling has been jack of all trades, master of all. When he has had his little slump in a few games, it's because the sharpness is slightly off, but his breaking stuff is spinning very tightly tonight.
Strikes out Samardzija and Hernandez, and Brandon Belt to the plate in a 1-0 game. Giants out hitting the Dodgers 5-2, but a key error opening the door for the Dodgers to get the game's only run. Stripling to Belt. Strike 1 as it cuts down to the top of the zone.
Next 4 Giant hitters can tie the game with 1 swing. Belt, Pence, Posey, and Arroyo.
Going outside with an 0-1 and missing, ball 1. As a team, the power number is not good for San Francisco, but a lot of that the ballpark they play in. Stripling's 1-1. Lays off. No. Third base umpire Joe West says he didn't. It's 1-2. Stripling with a chance to strike out the side. And does. 1-2-3 go the Giants into 7th. We stretch at Dodger Stadium with the slimmest of margins. That was our Carl's Cam recapping the pictures of this wonderful night. The Dodgers will try and cap off with a win. They lead 1-0 to the bottom of the 7th. And Corey Seager takes strike one from Jeff Samardzija. Timing is everything. And there was an invention that timed out just perfectly for the city to fall in love with a man that was inducted into the Ring of Honor tonight. So Vin started broadcasting games in 1950. The team moved here to Los Angeles in '58. It's grounded foul, and it's 0-2. A decade before that, the transistor radio was invented, 1948. And while the fans in Los Angeles knew about the big names, the stars, the bigger picture of baseball and the detail within the game of baseball, that was relatively new. Some of the rank and file players they hadn't heard a ton about of. Seager takes ball one. And so they learned those things from Vin by taking the transistor radios to the ballpark. So Vin would crack a joke. The whole stadium would laugh, sometimes to the point where it startled the players on the field. Here's a 1-2. And that evens the count up. There was one time during a particularly slow game, not much drama in it, Vin was leafing through the media guide trying to find something to talk about and noticed that it happened to be home plate umpire Frank Sikori's birthday. A 2-2, full count. So Vin says, on the count of 3, everybody yell, "Happy birthday, Frank." Vin just says this on his radio broadcasts. Everybody's listening, though, on their transistor radio. So Vin says 1, 2, 3. And the whole Coliseum echoes out, "Happy birthday, Frank." Seager goes the other way with a line drive that's pulled in by Nunez. So Seager hit it hard, but he's the first out of the 7th.
Third baseman, number 10.
1963, there was a controversy about the balk ruling of the pitcher having to come to a pause for a full second before delivering. Vin grabbed a stopwatch and said to his radio audience, "Okay, when I start the watch, I'm going to do that when he comes set. And when I do that, I'll say A. And when you think a full second has elapsed, you say B."
Okay.
Samardzija to Justin Turner. And he's in there with strike one. So the pitcher comes set. Vin says A over the air. And a second later, all of Dodger Stadium booms B. 0-2. Another thing that was working in Vin's favor for the city to fall in love with him was the traffic in town, and a lot of the road games would begin right during LA rush hour, with the team being in the central time zone, the East Coast time zone. Sit in their cars and enjoy Vinny. Turner fouls it off, still 0-2. Brooklyn, they televised almost every home game in the final years there, but in LA almost none. So Vin was the only connection to the fans that weren't at the park. And then a lot of the way you feel about a broadcaster is tied to what happens on the field. And that 1959 championship season sealed the city's love for Vin. 1958, the city was happy to have a team, but 1959, that group, it's when the Dodgers really became LA's city. And Vin's told me that 1959 year is as significant as any in this franchise's history in his eyes. One out in the 7th. Dodgers up 1-0. And an 0-2 to Turner again. Taking low and away for ball one.
I thought it was so nice in Vin's press conference how he talked about how comfortable he is in life right now in not coming to the ballpark, that retirement from the job here, and if you could really call it a job, from the family here, he's in a perfect place, and it's been perfect timing.
Turner strikes out swinging. Great Dodger Moments coin collection presented by 76 continues Thursday, May 18th against the Marlins. First 40,000 in attendance get the third coin giveaway, and it commemorates Clayton Kershaw's no-hitter. Go to Dodgers.com/promotions. That was a Hanley Ramirez error away from being a perfect game against the Rockies a few Junes ago. Only a matter of time before he makes a run at another. Grandal, strike one.
After watching Julio tonight struggle and still throw 5 shutout innings, 4 walks, I'll tell you what, there's going to be some nights that we're going to watch him that he's going to be pretty special and chase that dream of throwing a no-hitter in the big leagues. Other than the first pitch of the game, and Andrew Toles hits a line drive up the middle, and then the Chris Taylor slap single to pick up the Dodger run. Samardzija has been real close to perfect.
Grandal swats a base hit to left.
Oh, the jinx.
Is that a jinx?
Yeah, the jinx didn't take very long.
Can you jinx a 2-hitter?
I hope not. We wouldn't have anything to say for a lot of games.
Fielder number 35, Cody Bellinger.
Here's Bellinger. Cody's 0 for 2. Still the numbers on the homestand really good. Six of his first 9 major league games. Dodgers-Giants rivalry. Takes strike one, and not once has he looked overwhelmed by it.
Not at all. We've seen him strike out a few times in a row, but then come back and figure it out. We saw him dominated by Matt Moore and by Johnny Cueto in San Francisco, but then come back here in LA and put the damage on them.
0-2.
That is a big hack right there. And I don't use hack in a negative. He's all over that pitch and just missing it.
Samardzija got him with a high fastball, and that finishes the Dodgers off in the 7th. 1-0 as we go to the 8th. Dodgers baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by BMW. See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com. Wonderful night here, Vin Scully night. This is from the final Dodger Stadium broadcast of his career, and a special one that was, with Charlie Culberson hitting the division-clinching home run. Final batter that he called in this ballpark. He and Culberson will always be linked because of that. Charlie's in AAA Oklahoma City right now, but has a bat at home signed by Vin Scully that he hit that home run with. Ross Stripling out there for his second inning and facing the middle third of the Giants order. You said it during the 7th, Oral, but this is the part of the order with 3 guys in a row now that could tie it with one swing.
The best way to face these guys is to get ahead. You don't want to let them, in a one-run game, get in hitters' counts.
First up, Hunter Pence. Fastball poked to first, and by Gonzalez, a base hit. Play that you expect Adrian to make because of the brilliance throughout his career. But it's a leadoff single here in the 8th.
Ball is scorched. 2 hops before it gets to Adrian. Just gets under the glove.
So now Posey. Double-barreled action down in that Dodger pen. Grant Dayton and Kenley Jansen. Dave Roberts has shown he's not afraid to use him for more than an inning. First one to Posey. Shows bunt. Takes a strike. Four-time All-Star and an MVP in 2012. He'll be a Giant through at least 2021. That's his age 34 season. Locked him up to a long-term deal a few years back. Oh, 1. That hits off the umpire and ricochets back. Pence will head for third. Grandal's throw not in time. A 2-base advance for Hunter Pence on a wild pitch, and the Giants have the tying run at third with nobody out.
So Yasiel Puig on a panic error, scamper around the bases, get to third. This one cost the Dodgers 2 bases. Osmani has a tough time finding it and blocking it as that ball was spinning and bounding past him.
Giants yet to be able to capitalize in one of these situations. They've had a number of them tonight, but none like this. Runner at third, nobody out. And the infield started in. Now Dave Roberts moves them back in the middle. Half-hearted swing, 1 and 2. What is the reason for playing them back here?
Well, you're the home team. You're going to get the last at bat. You're going to know what your offense needs to do, and you're in the middle of their order right here, so you don't want to give them a runner on first, tie game this late in the game. Play back, take the tie game, and 1 out, nobody on.
Stripling looking for a K. That's a grounder to second, and they will tie the game. Pence in from third. It's 1-1.
Tie game. Dodgers have 6 outs to work with. Giants have 5. Adrian, I'm sure, is frustrated that he didn't snag that ball.
So the base is clear now. 1 gone for Christian Arroyo, and we're back at square one. A 1-1 tie here in the 8th. Season series tied at 3. Game tied at 1. Strike 1 on Christian Arroyo. So Ross Stripling, a starter by trade, but is really enjoying coming out of the bullpen. He said he's liking it more than he expected he would. Likes the camaraderie they have down there. Loves the adrenaline that he's able to bring into a game out of the bullpen. 0-2.
Remember, he had to go to Arizona and get stronger to see if he could go deeper into games as a starter. Really found that putting on the strength and the weight helped his endurance. It's also helped his velocity coming out of the pen with that adrenaline rush and knowing it's going to be a shorter outing.
1-2. Said as he's gotten his routine, because that's the biggest difference, is you don't have everything on a set schedule like you do on a start day. You don't know when you're going to be called. 2-2, but as he's gotten that routine down, he's allowed himself to enjoy it more.
Yeah, you have your scheduled lift day, your cardio days as a starter. You know exactly when they're going to happen and what you're going to do and for how long, but your bullpen pieces all have to work around their throwing.
He gets Arroyo, 2 out. RBI Baseball 2017 returns with fast pace, pick up and play MLB action, packed with all your favorite MLB teams, players, ballparks, and much more. Get it today for Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and mobile devices. You can learn more by going to RBIGame.com. Stripling 4 Ks through 1 2/3. But the Giants have tied the game against him here in the 8th. With 2 outs, it's Eduardo Nunez. Hacks at the first one. And a pop up to short right field. Utley calls off Puig, and that does it for the Giants in the 8th. But they even the issue at 1 on to the bottom half here in the series finale.
Now it's time for the Unlimited Baseball Break, brought to you by T-Mobile, and we're going to take a look at all the retired numbers for the Los Angeles Dodgers, from Mr. Pee Wee Reese all the way to Mr. Don Drysdale, and in between, so many great names and so many great men.
From back in Brooklyn to here in LA after the move in 1958. The latest addition all the way to the right, Vin Scully. Tie game, bottom of the 8th. Jeff Samardzija to Adrian Gonzalez with strike 1. Samardzija's been so efficient tonight. 90 pitches now through 7+. The Dodgers getting the 1 run on only 3 hits. It's 1-1.
A little extra focus for Adrian Gonzalez here. I think with the ground ball that scooted under his glove, that the wild pitch brought him around to third, and then Posey's ground ball scored him.
On 1-1. Adrian hits it foul, 1-2. And it was ruled a base hit on the top of this inning from Pence to open the inning. You know, Adrian, who takes so much pride in his defense, would tell you that he should have made the play. Pence wound up advancing to third on a wild pitch and scoring the tying run on a ground out.
Any fielder that you talk to after a ball gets by him, if they deflect it, if it goes under something or over something, especially their glove, they would tell you for sure they should have had it. Anything that it doesn't have anything to do with range, just with I'm there and I should have had it.
And Samardzija strikes him out to open the 8th inning. That is 10 Ks for Jeff Samardzija. Up comes Yasiel Puig. Time now for the Arco top tier play of the game, brought to you by Arco. The Dodgers got their lone run thanks to some less than perfect defense as well. Joe Panik came over and couldn't field it. Puig made his way all the way to third and scored on a base hit from Chris Taylor.
Right there, Panik even gives up on it a little bit, thinking the ball was foul, but he touched it in fair territory, deflected it to foul territory, and the afterburners worked for Yasiel Puig.
Takes ball 1. Here's a 1-0. Puig cues one inside the bag, smothered by Belt, and he feeds Samardzija to get him. What a play by Belt. And Samardzija shows off some of his old football athleticism, leaping his way to the bag for out number 2.
Yasiel hits it off the end of the bat, and this has got tremendous amount of spin. Belt puts it right in the leather. This is not an easy play because its ball is curving. And then to get up on your knees, Samardzija using some of his up, 6'5", 250 already. But to receive that one, gets up a little bit, and Yasiel Puig, lucky his hand wasn't on the bag. That could have hurt.
2 up, 2 down in the 8th. Chase Utley now. Strike 1. Boy, this has not looked like a guy who had an ERA above 6 over his first 5 outings of the year.
He has found something, or Dave Righetti, his pitching coach, has found something. Buster Posey's definitely involved with the pitch selection. There's Mr. Righetti.
Here's the 1-1 to Utley. 1-2. Next pitch should be the 100th of the night for Jeff Samardzija. Two and 2. Utley's taken strike 3 called both times up there. On cutters over the outside corner. That in vogue backdoor cutter. Got him again over the outside edge. 11 Ks for Samardzija. A tie game to the 9th. brought to you by Land Rover, above and beyond. Tie game to the ninth on Vin Scully night. Started with this and is bound to finish with some drama. Locked at 1. Jeff Samardzija 8 sterling innings with a season-high 11 Ks, guided by that guy to his right, Buster Posey.
Samardzija and Posey still grinding out the outing, just like we saw Julio Urias and his pitching coach Rick Honeycutt, and then Clayton Kershaw grinding out an outing and trying to learn from it.
And here's Kenley Jansen. Dave Roberts not afraid to use him here to try and get the Dodgers in a spot where they can win it in the bottom of the ninth. Bottom part of the San Francisco order. Dodgers will have 9-1-2 due up in their half of the ninth inning. 1-0 on Joe Panik. There's a strike, 1-1.
This season, not really a big enough sample size, but you go back to the All-Star break of 2016 with Kenley, of all the qualifying relief pitchers, he is number 1 in strikeouts per at-bat. Over 50% of the batters that have faced him have struck out since the Midsummer Classic of last year.
Anthony's with strike 2 on Panik. The 1-2. 1 out. 50,215 the attendance tonight. Close to a sellout on Vin Scully night. Great atmosphere in here for the series finale between the Dodgers and the Giants. Giants took the opener by a score of 4-3. Dodgers much less drama last night with a 13-5 win. But back to what you'd expect when these teams get together tonight. With 1 out in the ninth, it's Kelby Tomlinson. Strike 1. Looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth inning. Pitcher's spot due up first. Dave Roberts has Kike Hernandez, Austin Barnes, and Franklin Gutierrez available. And then it'll be Tolles, and then it'll be Seager. 0-2. It's Connor Gillespie on deck. Back-to-back Ks to start the night for Kenley.
Let's cut her inside. And Yasmani does a nice job keeping the leather up by the knees.
And it's going to be Michael Morse instead of Gillespie. Morse a week ago had his first hit in the majors in more than a year. Spent most of last year working in TV at MLB Network and then signed a minor league contract this offseason. This was his first AB of the year against Pedro Baez last week to tie the game that they'd eventually go on to win. Same thing he'd done in the postseason back in 2014 in Game 5 of the NLCS. A game the Giants eventually won to send them to the World Series. Second stint with San Francisco, pinch hitting here in the ninth. Strike one. He is a free swinger.
He is looking for a fastball, swinging for a fastball, almost no matter what you're throwing. The batting stance that he has, he almost looks like a movie character. With the extended arms and the huge body, the long hair coming out of the helmet.
The villain in the movie. Back-to-back sliders, 1-1.
He's a big man. And he swings a big bat, and he swings it as hard as he can.
35 years old now. 13th year in the majors for the former Mariner, former National, former Oriole. Also played for the Marlins and for the Pirates. And a 1-1 game in the ninth. He waits on a 1-1 pitch and falls behind 1-2. 9-1-2 for the Dodgers, due up in the bottom of the ninth. A win tonight would be a walk-off win. The 1-2. No swing.
Started it and able to hold up. Maybe. Depends on who's watching.
A quick pitch, and he strikes out this side of the ninth. Kenley Jansen teeing the Dodgers up, striking out Hannon and Tomlinson and Morse on this quick pitch fastball. Earlier tonight, him and Vin Scully having a moment. Dodgers hope they have another coming up. Derek Law on to pitch for San Francisco against 9-1-2 in the Dodger order. It'll be Kike Hernandez to pinch hit, then Tolles, then Seager.
Derek Law tied for the club lead with the Giants in appearances. He's been on his game his last 8 outings, only given up 1 run over that time. Even has a save this year.
Kike 2 home runs this year. Hitting in the pitcher's spot. And away we go with the bottom of the ninth. Strike one. Law knows his reputation of being an early fastball hitter. Dropped in a breaking ball. Dodgers one walk-off win on this homestand. Now trying to finish it with another. A check swing foul, and he's quickly back 0-2. Dodgers have won 5 of 6. The second best team at home in the National League so far. The Giants have the worst record in the National League. You toss those out when these teams get together. Law to Hernandez, 0-2. Ball 1. Tipped into the mid, strike 3. So Law K's Hernandez, and now back to the top with a pair of left-handed hitters coming up against the righty.
And 2 of the 3 home run leaders of the Dodgers, Tolles and Seager. The other Puig, but he's down in the order. Law has no easy task, even though he's at the top.
Law to Tolles. Started him with a curve, ball 1. Andrews 1 for 3 tonight. Started to heat up at the end of the series in San Francisco last week. Bouncing ball, base hit into right field. 1 out single, winning run aboard.
Andrew Tolles with this base hit is not in scoring position, but Corey Seager, when he steps into the box, is.
Bruce Bochy going to make a change. He let Law face a left-handed hitter, but just 1. Back into that bullpen. A 1-1 game in the 9th. Left-handers Stephen Okert to face Corey Seager.
The call from AAA Sacramento April 16th, but there were no games there in AAA with this kind of intensity or this kind of rivalry. Monday night faced the Dodgers, retired everybody he faced, and had a strikeout.
He's retired Seager all 3 times he's faced him in their respective short careers. Winning run on base for the Dodgers here in the 9th inning. That's Andrew Tolles with a 1-out single. Trying to cap one heck of a homestand with a second walk-off win. The reigning Rookie of the Year, Corey Seager, takes ball 1. Seager 0 for 3 tonight. Been a bit of a quiet series for him, 1 of 10. Two and a great pick by Posey.
Oakland feeling the adrenaline out there, overthrows this fastball, and his all-star catcher behind the plate saves him.
Could end it with one swing. Bounce to second. There's one and two. 4-6-3. Ends the inning. Sends us to extras. Tied at 1 and on to the 10th inning, and we say welcome inside. Joe Davis and Orel Hershiser. 7th game between these teams this year. We've had 4 one-run games, and we now have our 3rd extra innings affair.
And in some ways, this one's going to extra innings because of an error and a wild pitch. Both starting pitchers did well. One kind of boxed his way through it in Arias, but put up 5 zeros, and Samardzija was outstanding. Both offenses still waiting really to wake up.
And Josh Fields comes in here for the Dodgers.
3 other relievers have already pitched, including the last inning from Kenley Jansen. We've seen Ross Stripling, Pedro Baez, and now Josh Fields. And if it's a battle of the bullpens and it happens to take a while, the Dodgers should win that battle because their bullpen has been outstanding. The Giants bullpen, which has not used Melanson yet, is really a little bit weaker than the Dodgers.
Top of the San Francisco order, it's Gorkis Hernandez, then Belt, then Pence. Lone Dodger run came in the 6th. Lone Giants run came in the 8th. Hernandez hitless in 3 ABs tonight. He does have a walk. Fields opens his night with strike 1. Extra baseball on Vin Scully night. Vin, a baseball player himself, played center field at Fordham. Always thought it'd be so cool, Vin said, if he could homer and get his picture in the student newspaper doing it. That one's outside and it's 1-1. Hit 1 home run in his career at Fordham, came against the City College of New York. And believe it or not, there was a photographer there from the student newspaper that snapped him stepping on home. So the next day in the paper, there he was, having hit the lone home run of his career. Hernandez pops one off the end of the bat to Puig. Hands on his knees. Now snaps into action and makes the catch. Only problem was the caption had Jim Tully hitting the home run.
Wrong name.
Yeah.
First baseman number 9, Brandon Belt.
One out in the 10th, and it's Belt.
Vin has always said that he wanted to be a big league ball player, but there was something that happened when he had the bat near his ear, by his shoulder where you start, to where the bat is down by the strike zone. So just something there he didn't get.
Little tweak. He would have been a big league ball player, huh? Belt fouls off the first one, strike one.
It's a sentimental night for the guys behind us, Brian Hagan and Boyd Robertson. With Vin for a long, long time, and to watch him walk out there to left field to see the microphone revealed, these guys were tearing up a little bit.
Fields pumps it 0-1, and Belt watches it miss away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hey, we're just lucky that Boyd and Brian put up with us. Let us hang around up here. We're in good hands.
Well, they have job security. It was in Vin's retirement that they had to stay.
He gets away from Fields 2-1.
I don't know how many years, guys, but we'll keep you forever.
Belt 0 for 1 tonight with a strikeout, but he's walked 3 times, and he's ahead of Fields here, 2-1. Strike 2. Fields can get this thing to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 1. Good chance for the Dodgers. Turner, Grandal, and Bellinger coming up. The 2-2. Off day tomorrow for the Dodgers. Then it's down to San Diego. Friday night it'll be Kenta Maeda and Jhoulys Chacin. Brandon McCarthy, Clayton Richard in Saturday's game. And then Clayton Kershaw and Trevor Cahill in Sunday's game. It's as if they knew I was about to read the probables and aligned themselves perfectly. Another 2-2, and this one's hit foul as well. Different game times, make note. All 3 games this weekend. 7:10 on Friday. 5:40 on Saturday, and then Sunday's finale is at 1:40. You catch that one on KTLA as well. Full count. Padres had a 3-game winning streak snapped tonight against Colorado, but they're holding their own. 2 games ahead of the Giants down at the bottom of the barrel in the West at the start of action tonight. A 3-2, and Belt has walked for the 4th time.
Right fielder number 8, Hunter Pence.
1 out, man at first, and it's Pence. Started his career in Houston. Spent 4.5 years there in his home state. He grew up in Texas. Then a year with the Phillies, then to the Giants at the deadline in 2012. Those 2 trades happened in a 1-year span. Strike 1. Hunter has said that he was well prepared, though, for bouncing around organization to organization. He moved all over Texas when he was growing up. His dad had a job in the cattle business. It forced him to move from small town to small town, and forced Hunter and his siblings to learn to be good at making friends quickly. Able to apply that in his path through the majors from team to team to team. Bouncing ball into center, base hit. Belt holds it second. 2 on with 1 out, and a tie game in the 10th.
Belt with his 4 walks. He hasn't advanced past first base with those 4 walks, but Hunter Pence pushes him over with that base hit up the middle.
So Buster Posey to the plate, trying to give the Giants their first lead of the night. They tied this game in the 8th when Posey grounded out with Pence at third following a wild pitch. One and 0.
Outstanding hitter at the plate. Fastball pitcher on the mound. In some ways, Josh Fields needs to get Buster Posey to respect some of his secondary stuff.
Grant Dayton getting loose. On 1-0. Got it by him, 1-1.
Big cut from Buster Posey right there. Josh Fields got it by him on the inside part of the plate. That was a huge swing. You don't see Buster lose his balance very often. I think he tweaked something even, trying to adjust his back.
Belt at second, Pence at first. And Fields to the plate. Pop foul, and it's 1-2. Gerald Dempster Posey. Nicknamed him Buster. That's what his dad went by when he was a kid. His dad, Gerald Dempster Posey II. He goes by Demp. 2 on, 1 out in the 10th inning of a tie game. And Fields home with a 1-2. Just missed up. 2-2.
Curveball. And it just stays up barely. Posey gets a hit on it. It's a hanger. If it creeps in there for a strike, it's a great pitch. Dodgers had some suspicions in Arizona that they were trying to swipe signs. So with Belt out there at second base for a few pitches, I think they were adjusting the signals.
A 2-2. Rising fastball, hacked foul, and it stays at 2 balls and 2 strikes on Posey. Christian Arroyo due next. It's a couple of Georgia boys battle right now. Josh was born in Hull, Georgia, around Athens. Buster from Leesburg, down in the southern part of the state. Belt at second. He walked. Pence at first after a single. And another 2-2. Line drive, base hit into center. Tolles picks it up. And they hold Belt at third, loading the bases. So it'll be up to Christian Arroyo. And Posey a little bit upset that that run didn't score.
Well, he hit it so hard, and Andrew Tolles charges it well. I think he gets it on the second hop, and he has a very strong and accurate arm. Cuts it loose. Brandon Belt does not run the best, and that was a line drive, and you want to freeze a little bit on that with nobody out, 1 out, not get doubled off. So I can see why he didn't score on that.
It's Phil Nevin, the third base coach. He's in his first year in that role. And puts it on the shoulders of the 21-year-old Christian Arroyo. Fields now finds himself in a spot where a ground ball could get him out of this jam. Infield plays halfway. Fields pitches. Strike one on a fastball at 95. That's up, 1-1.
Arroyo has proven that he can hit a fastball since he's been here. Short time. Mixing the pitches against him has been the best way. Slow him down, speed him up. Josh Fields going to have a tough time pulling a trigger on a breaking ball here with bases loaded.
Fastball followed back, 1-2. Arroyo called up a little more than a week ago for his major league debut. It's the youngest Giants position player in 6 years. Top prospect in the system. Giants calling out much sooner than they thought they would. Trying to jolt things with this rough start to the season. Loaded up with one gone in a tie game in the 10th. Fields to Arroyo, 1-2, and he struck him out with a fastball at 96.
It's an outstanding pitch. You're ahead in the count. You don't have to throw a strike, but you get one close to the zone, and he beats him away. Same type of fastball Buster Posey hit, but Posey's was a little lower.
So it's up to Eduardo Nunez. The Giants have left a small village out there tonight. They are 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position and have stranded 8. Niven's decision right now looming large. Strike one. No chance to catch up to that one for Nunez.
Last 3 Giant hitters said Josh Fields throwing hard, and I'm going to swing hard.
Home run in his career against Fields. Set in the 0-1. Ball one. Two hits and a walk in the inning. Giants have them loaded. The 1-1. Fly ball to right. Puig's there. Out of a bases loaded jam again. On to the bottom of the 10th. Locked at 1. Turner, Grandal, and Bellinger due up. Way out of a bases-loaded jam, and if the Dodgers are able to win this game, this will be the discussion in the San Francisco papers tomorrow. Phil Nevin holding Brandon Belt at third on a base hit to center from Buster Posey. It's not a sure thing that he would have scored, but Posey visibly upset right afterwards, and then when the inning ended, back into the dugout.
Yeah, don't watch the replay. Nevin there talking about a Posey upset, shaking his head like he's got a score on that. Nevin made the call. Posey has the frustration. But when you watch the replay, don't go on the deflection from Adrian Gonzalez, because they're saying cut that ball at that point. That ball would have been let through if Belt would have been running.
Turner leads off the 10th and got hit. And really wincing as he limps his way down to first. Didn't look like it hit him hard, so it was the cranking and contorting to get out of the way of the pitch. It seems to be causing him trouble. Oh, it did hit him more flush than I thought.
Right below the calf muscle. The other day, Clayton Kershaw on his start got hit by Hunter Pence on the first batter of the game, right on the meat of the calf, but that one's a little bit more down below where there's not as much muscle. And boy, that's the important piece. If that stiffens up and all of a sudden you're running and you pull something, be very careful with Justin Turner's legs.
Turner now tied with Anthony Rizzo. He's been hit 7 times. That's the most in the majors. Winning run on base, although a little bit hobbled. And Yasmani Grandal to the plate. One for 3 tonight. One of the 4 Dodger hits. Squares to bunt, foul, strike 1. Cody Bellinger due next. Yasmani Grandal, who is much more powerful from the other side of the plate, at least has been the last couple of seasons as he dealt with some injuries that hampered this side. He's squaring around his sacrifice. See what he does on 0-1. Squares again, bunts it foul again.
Yasmani has struggled with left-handed pitchers. Dave Roberts and the Dodgers deciding to go with the bunt here. And now he's even struggling to get that down. Sometimes the oddest things happen when you ask a guy to bunt. He can't get it down, and then he's forced to swing the bat. Seen a lot of good things happen too.
That's up, ball 1. 481 career games for Grandal, and he has 2 sacrifice bunts. One of them has come this year. He'll be swinging away now at a 1-2. High drive to right. Pence has room.
Left fielder number 35.
And here comes Bellinger. Spotlight finds the rookie, who has made a nightly case to stay here. So far in this one, though, he's 0 for 3. Dramatic home run in the 9th inning Saturday night. Down the line off the foul pole. Takes ball 1.
Extra inning games are tense enough, but when it's on Vin Scully night, Dodgers have a chance for a home walk-off. The anticipation is palatable.
High drive, right center field. Pence is back at the track. And it's Hernandez at the edge of the track to pull it in. Just barely got under it, but it had that home run sound to it.
Cody Bellinger has the bat speed and the power to get it out of here, even with a miss hit. And this was barely missed. Fastball out over the plate. He turns away from the center field camera in disgust that he just missed it.
So that got 50,000 hearts pumping in here. Now Gonzalez. Strike one.
Adrian has put in a lot of extra work. Swing not exactly there yet, but it's getting better.
Down the left field line and foul. He's behind 0-2. Forearm and elbow have bothered him. Minor back issue as well. A couple nagging things right now keeping him from being himself. Guy that has never spent time on the disabled list, though, and that carries a ton of pride with it. You wonder how well Turner would run on a ball in the gap after getting hit on the calf to open this inning. Oh, 2. Ball one. Gonzalez reaches, Puig will bat. Strike 3, and the inning is over. Dodgers put the leadoff man on, but he stays at first. On to the 11th. Run in the 8th, and here we are now in the 11th inning as Grant Dayton comes on for the 10th time this year.
And he got reinstated from the DL just a little bit ago. He ended up getting the win. And Josh Fields returned to the team because Josh got to return after Grant was healthy with another player move. But Grant has thrown the ball very well the whole time he has been here. Relies heavily on his high fastball. It's almost like an optical illusion to hitters. Seems to be very sneaky and very fast.
Gave up his first runs of the season in his last outing and a 2-run home run from Odubel Herrera Sunday. First 8 outings hadn't given anything up. Panik Tomlinson in the pitcher's spot for the Giants here in the 11th inning. Panik's been on base a couple of times tonight. Giants have had a bunch of opportunities, but have stranded 11 over the first 10. Dayton's first pitch of the 11th is in there for strike one. Joe Panik. Tried to lay off and couldn't, behind 0-2. Panik got married this offseason, one of 4 guys on this roster that did. Could have called them the bridegrooms, like the old Brooklyn bridegrooms in the 1800s. They had 7 players married in one offseason, and that's what the local writers started calling the team. Brooklyn bridegrooms. Ball 1. Joe married his high school sweetheart. Her name's Brittany. Proposed to her in Central Park. They're New York natives, and they got married in New Jersey. One of the off-season weddings for the Giants led to a signing. We've talked about that a couple times, but Hunter Pence was married as well. And Michael Morris got signed because of it. Opposite field single to open the 11th for Joe Panik. Pence was sitting at a table with the general manager of the Giants, Bobby Evans, and over the course of the night, he put together a handshake deal that got Morris one more opportunity to see if there was anything left in the tank. It was a minor league deal, but wind up getting caught up a few weeks into the season on that deal. So Panik with a base hit. Now Tomlinson, the infield, circles the mound and discusses potential bunt defense. Tomlinson's lone hit tonight, a bunt single. Bunted to first. Gonzalez will throw to Utley to get the out, but a successful sacrifice for Tomlinson moves the go-ahead run into scoring position.
Well executed bunt right there. And one more guy in scoring position for the Giants.
Dodgers have gotten out of jam after jam tonight. It was Julio Urias' story. It's been the bullpen story as well. Giants going 1 for 10 in these situations. So Nick Hundley to bat in the pitcher's spot. 33-year-old in his 10th major league season. His first one with San Francisco. Former Padre, former Oriole, former Rocky. Panik at second, pretty good wheels. Hundley takes ball 1. Well, the guy up there squatting next to Hundley, they're connected, he and Grandal. Hundley was the starting catcher in San Diego until he was injured, and that opened the door for Yasmani Grandal to get called up in 2012, make his major league debut. Two and 0.
Both these teams would love to win this game. That goes without saying, but Arizona has lost. Colorado has won. The Dodgers can pick up a half a game to the top.
2-1.
Bruce Bochy's team, the Giants, they've been reeling, and you get into a game like this and you're playing extras on the road and you start to feel like This is very, very important to start turning this around. I think that was a lot of Buster Posey's frustration with Phil Nevin not trying to stretch the envelope a little bit on his hit.
Right, what do you got to lose right now?
10 and 18.
That's strike 2.
A lot of pent-up anger and frustration with the Giants, especially offensively. They've struggled to score runs. Buster's overthinking, we should be in the shower already with a W.
If you happen to just be joining us, that was last inning. He had a base hit to center with Belt at second and 1 out. Phil Nevin held Belt at third. Would have been close at the plate. Full count on Hundley. Giants took the opener of this series Monday night by a 4-3 score. The Dodgers unloaded on San Francisco in Game 2, winning 13-5. So this series tied at 1. The season series tied at 3. Cueto, the winning pitcher on Monday night. (3-2). Misses for ball 4. First and second now with 1 gone, and Dayton will have to look at the top of the Giants order here.
Osmani wants it up. Grant pulls it down. It might have hit the strike zone, but Hunter Wendelstedt behind the plate. That's awfully hard to see when the catcher is he's raised up and then all of a sudden he's darting down.
So Hernandez, who is 0 for 4. And just to show you what kind of year it's been for this offense, it looks like he is now the leadoff man for this team pretty consistently. 3 straight games, and he's a 169 hitter. It's what injuries have done to them. They weren't world beaters offensively to begin with, but they have had to tap into the depth with injuries all over the place here in the first month of the year. Dayton delivers, and Hernandez looks at ball 1. Jared Parker in left field, out with a shoulder injury. Denard Span in center, out with a shoulder injury as well. Both of them crashing into the outfield fence, injuring those shoulders. The shortstop Crawford out with a groin problem. And you know about Bumgarner. 2 on, 1 out in the 11th inning, and Grant Dayton home with a 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes.
Grant and Yasmani thought they had a called strike. Weren't even worried about a possible check swing. Pitchcast says strike for sure. It's not even borderline.
Dave Roberts letting Hunter Wendelstedt hear about it. Now a hitter's count, a 2-0, and it's pounded into the left field corner, a base hit. It'll score at least 1. They give the stop sign to Hundley on a tie-breaking double from Gorkis Hernandez.
The lack of a strike call in the pitch before is going to build on the frustration for Grant Dayton. Now he has to really come in there, and Hernandez puts a good swing on one. Finally gets a hit, and finally the Giants get a run.
First lead of the night for San Francisco. Their first lead since they blew that 4-0 advantage in the second inning yesterday. Infield comes in, even though it's turned over, to play Belt to pull. Strike 1. It's an odd looking defense. You know, it's normally what he sees, it's just that it's in. Belt has walked 4 times tonight. Quickly 0-2. Mark Melanson, their big free agent signing this offseason, gets ready to try and close out the bottom of the 11th. He's been far from automatic so far.
And Melanson is 5 for 7 in save opportunities. It's not a very good ratio compared to his 92 to 95% prior to being a Giant.
Line drive to right. Puig has to play it on a bounce. Hundley's in to score. RBI single Brandon Belt. The Giants lead 3-1.
Fastball near the middle of the plate for Grant Dayton, and the runners just move up 90 feet because they have to freeze when Yasiel Puig begins to charge and could have caught it in the air.
So Pence still just one out. Giants at the corners. Trying to make this a severely uphill climb for the Dodgers in the bottom of the inning. Fly ball right center field. Tolles on the move. Still going. Lays out and makes the catch. Great play by Andrew Tolles, but it does score Gorky Hernandez, and it's 4-1.
Andrew runs a nice route here. He's very fleet of foot, and he runs an accurate run right there. Just a slight adjustment, gets it in the fingers, then rolls it into the web. Very nice catch, and especially to be able to hold on.
Posey up for the 6th time tonight. Two teams will see each other again coming up in a couple of weeks. It'll be 10 meetings in a 24-day span once it's finished, and then they won't meet again until the second half. The 1-0. Ball 2. So Dayton, who had 8 scoreless innings or 8 scoreless appearances to open his season, has now allowed multiple runs in back-to-back outings.
Hopefully your year is made up of long hot streaks and short cold streaks. Nobody really is perfect. You just got to battle through these times. Ross Stripling had a little blip on the screen for that. Came back tonight. It was very good.
Here's a 2-0. And that misses as well. 3 balls, no strikes.
Grant's at 21 pitches, but there is no way that Dave Roberts wants to use another pitcher to get the last out here in the 11th.
And a 4-pitch walk. So 8 men have come to the plate against Dayton here in the 11th. 3 runs already in against him. And Christian Arroyo to the plate.
Arroyo has struck out his last 3 times, so I could see him being very aggressive here early in the count, not wanting to get to 2 strikes.
Goes after it on the ground to Chase Utley, who feeds Seager, and that's the inning. So the Giants break through with a 3-run 11. Last chance for the Dodgers coming up. Some magic against Mark Melanson here, down 4-1 to the bottom of the 11th inning. Melanson has a little bit different defense behind him. Stubbs in the game in center. That slides Gorkys Hernandez over to left. Melanson, we mentioned it, not perfect so far. Only 5 of 7. Blew a save on opening day. Giants fans are like, really? This is the move that we made to address our issues last year, and then he gives up that save on opening day. And in his last outing, blew a save as well.
Second best save percentage in the big leagues over the last 3 seasons, 92.8%, only to Zach Britton. So his trouble this year has been with right-handed hitters. They're hitting 400 off of him.
Puig, Utley, and then the pitcher's spot. And it looks like it'll be Franklin Gutierrez the bat once it gets there. Well, the Dodgers were down by 3 Saturday night, entering their last opportunities. Puig led off that inning with a home run. He leads off this one. Ball 1. Melanson getting back-to-back days of rest after he had pitched in 4 out of 5 games coming into the series. He turns in his 1-0. Puig pokes it to first, knocked down by Belt, and he gets him for the first out of the 11th.
Second baseman, number 26, Chase Utley.
Here's Utley. Those 3 strikeouts all against Jeff Samardzija, and all of them looking at backdoor cutters.
It was almost like he was looking for another pitch when he had 2 strikes, or he had a little blind spot there tonight so far. Here comes Melanson, and there's strike 1.
He has seemed to see the very low pitch well tonight. Giants pounding him there, trying to get him to chase. Samardzija was going down there with a splitter, but he was taking those and working some counts before Samardzija was able to finish him off 3 times. 11 Ks tonight for Samardzija. 0-2. Dodgers only 1 run on 4 hits. That was back in the 6th inning. So the Giants at this point out hitting the Dodgers 11-4. Probably feel like they deserve this game. 0-2. Ground ball past the glove to second. Panic throws to get it. And the Dodgers down to their final out.
Gutierrez, part of that offensive explosion yesterday by the Dodgers, led the way when they were down 4-0 in the 2nd inning to start off the 6-run bottom of the 2nd. It was quite a welcome back present for the Dodgers with Franklin coming off the DL.
Rare AB form against a right-handed pitcher here. He and Barnes the only guys left on Dave Roberts' bench, so he goes with Gutierrez, who looks at strike 1. Again, off day tomorrow, and then it's a 3-game series over the weekend in San Diego. Back here for a 3-game homestand with the Pirates on Monday. Ground ball, base hit to center. 2-out single for Franklin Gutierrez, keeps it alive for the top of the order.
Center fielder number 60.
2 for 2 since coming off the DL. As Dave Roberts has said, that no one will lose their job when they get hurt. So these young guys have come up and filled in admirably. Gutierrez showing that when he got healthy, it was a good acquisition.
Toles 2 more hits tonight. Now 10 for his last 24. After what was a rough week or so. Waits on the first one from Melanson and takes ball 1. If he can reach, Corey Seager would come up representing the tying run.
That would bring this place back to life for the faithful that have stayed.
Two 2-0.
Dodgers come back and win this game. That would be a dagger into the Giants' season, not just this road trip.
Here's a 2-0 and Toles hits it foul. 2-1. Giants continue this road trip. 11 off day in Cincinnati tomorrow, and then open a series with the Reds on Friday. Reds have come back to earth after a hot start. 3-7 in their last 10 games. Central really bunched up, 1 through 5, all separated by 2 games. A 2-1. Outside corner, strike 2. So Toles and the Dodgers down to their final strike here, trailing 4-1 in the 11th. The Giants a strike away from winning this series. Fouled off. Friday night's game, 7:10 in San Diego. Maeda and Chacin. Folks, not giving up yet. Andrew Toles working against Mark Melanson. 2 balls and 2 strikes with Seager waiting on deck. Here it comes. Poke foul.
That young lady we just showed. I'd love to see her in Game 7 of the World Series.
What makes this great,
doesn't it? She is hanging on it.
Just begging to see Seager with a chance. Runner at first, 2 gone, 11th inning, and a 2-2 from Melancon. Tolles pulls it off with a hand, softly to second, bare hand panic, throws late. And look who's coming up.
That brought them to their feet. There is more entertainment ahead. Panic thinking about tagging Seager. No, that little reload as he did the reach is what gave Tolles enough time to get the first.
A pair of 2-out base runners for the Dodgers who just refuse to quit. And Corey Seager up representing the tying run.
Saturday night against Philly, it took back-to-back-to-back. Now it only takes one.
Melancon's ready. Seager's ready. First one. Ball one.
Very few games does Corey Seager go without a hit. He doesn't have one tonight.
And 1 for 11 in this series. Feels like number 5 is due. A 1-0. That's low. 2 balls, no strikes. Justin Turner due next.
Closers need to have short memories. And with Melancon and his ratio this year at only 5 out of 7, he needs a real short memory.
The 2-0. Fouled off 2-1. And a nice pitch there to get back into the count against Seager. Historically bad last year. Even worse so far this year. Gutierrez and Tolles with 2-out singles to get Seager to the plate. Waiting on this 2-1. Strike 2.
He's called it all night, especially when the catchers want it there. The low pitch has been a strike.
And so again, the Dodgers down to their final strike. Bouncing ball to third, picked up by Tomlinson, and he gets him. The Giants take 2 of 3 from the Dodgers.
The season series now tilts the Giants' way, but the overall records of these two teams, the Dodgers are up there a lot closer to first. The Giants still trying to turn their season around, and the Dodgers still trying to find one more winning streak.
Off day tomorrow, on to San Diego on Friday night. Our Lexus play of the game. Back in that 3-run 11th inning, Gorkis Hernandez, the go-ahead RBI double into the left field corner to break that 1-1 tie. They got 3 runs in the inning against Dayton. They only needed 1 ultimately. 4-1 the final. On to San Diego Friday, then back home on Monday when the Pirates come to town. For Oral Hershiser and Kelly Tennant, the rest of our crew, Joe Davis saying so long on Vin Scully night, an extra special night despite the outcome. And the Ring of Honor forever here at Dodger Stadium. Stay tuned for Access Sportsnet, brought to you by your Southern California Nissan dealers.